Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Welcome to another episode of Haqiqatjou, where we discuss religion and politics, the two least controversial subjects. As always, I'm your host, Daniel, Haqiqatjou, and we have an excellent episode for you today, going over YASIR Qadhi's latest interview, where, as we've come to expect, he makes quite controversial statements and inaccurate statements about Islamic history, basically diminishing the Islamic tradition, insulting the Islamic tradition, and claiming that he respects the Islamic tradition. So this is going to be one of our deep dive episodes where we do a lot of analysis. And I know a lot of you have enjoyed the previous episodes that we've done like this. In fact, on YASIR Qadhi specifically, we've had two previous episodes looking at YASIR Qadhi's debate with a Turkish secularist on Islamic governance, which was a disaster. We also looked at YASIR Qadhi's discussion with another so-called scholar, Hatem al-Hajj, on reforming Islamic marriage law. And in that debate, you know, if there's one episode regarding YASIR Qadhi that I would encourage you to go and watch, it's a long episode. It's 6 hours long, and that's because it's more like a course, a free course that you can watch on the channel, and it's divided into two parts. The first part of that episode is dedicated to elaborating the underlying approach to fiqh that YASIR Qadhi has, the Wasatiyya movement and the background of that movement, how it claims to have a basis in the Quran and Sunnah. So I present that history. We do a deep dive on Wasatiyya, why it's wrong, why it's deviant. And then the second half of that episode is where we go into YASIR Qadhi's statements, Hatem al-Hajj's statements about reforming Islamic marriage law. In this latest interview that YASIR Qadhi has done, he also talks about marriage law. And maybe you've seen the clip. I shared it on my Twitter profile, where he is talking about alimony, introducing alimony payments where a husband has to pay his ex-wife regular payments in perpetuity after divorce. And this is something that no scholar has accepted or even necessarily considered within our Islamic tradition. It's something modern, and it's just aping the Western standards, feminist standards of marriage and family law, which have, by the way, been a disaster for the West. And YASIR Qadhi uncritically wants to import rules like that, alimony rules, into Islam. And reform Islamic law, reform Sharia. And he says, we can do this. Like, this is no problem. And this is why we can do this. There's a precedent for changing the Sharia, or changing fiqh, rather, along these lines. Fiqh is a man-made construction. Fiqh is just man-made. So we're men too. And we can do the same things that the scholars of the past did in adding and subtracting and changing. This is a pattern. This has been a pattern with YASIR Qadhi. And, you know, in the past, he was very open about saying that he wants reform. And he would use that word reform, but he got a lot of backlash. A lot of it because of me. a lot of it because I kept attacking him for this. So he stopped using this title of reform, or this word reform, but he's still advocating the same things. And we're going to talk about that in context of his latest discussion. But if you want more background, you want to see, you're one of these people who love YASIR Qadhi and you think Daniel is just being so unfair, Daniel is really just labeling YASIR Qadhi with reformism and progressivism and liberalism. But YASIR Qadhi is a traditional scholar. He's a traditional scholar. He's done so much good for the ummah. If you're one of these types of people and you want full elaboration and you want proofs and you want detailed discussion on the basis of Quran, Sunnah, the Salaf, the tradition, go and watch that episode. And you can just search Haqiqatjou, YASIR Qadhi, and it'll come up in the YouTube search. And that's why I recommend going to if you have any doubts or questions about what I'm going to describe to you in this episode today. So inshallah, it's going to be a good deep dive episode. And I'm going to say from the beginning that not everything that YASIR QADHI says in this interview that he had last week, I find problematic. In fact, I agree with a lot of what he said. Specifically, he has criticisms of Wahhabism. He has criticisms of sectarianism. He says, as we'll see, that the Muslims should support Iran and should ally with Iran when they're being attacked by Israel. He actually came out and said this, and apparently he got some backlash for that. So he talks about that in this episode. He also is talking about Wahhabism in this episode and Ibn Abdul Wahhab in this discussion. So I'll point out when we go and we watch this discussion and I react to it, I'll point out, okay, he's speaking against sectarianism here. I agree with what he's saying, but this is the problem. Or he's criticizing Wahhabism here and Salafism here, but this is why I'm different, or why I don't agree with what he's actually presenting. I don't agree with this underlying agenda that he has. And I'll explain that to you and I'll lay it out. And we'll get into it, inshallah. So that's going to be the episode. It's not going to be a 6-hour long episode, inshallah, but it's going to be maybe a couple of hours at least, 3 hours maybe. Don't forget to subscribe to the newsletter. You'll find the link to the newsletter in the description below. If you want to be in touch with MuslimSkeptic and you want to get our newsletter, go ahead and subscribe there. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. Liking the video really helps in the YouTube algorithm. So go ahead and press the like button. Why not? Why not? Go ahead and do that. It takes 1 second. Also, I want to mention a debate con. So this is something that maybe you're aware of, that Modern Day Debates, that's the primary platform in which I engage in debates with Christians, atheists, Jews, Hindus, and you guys are all familiar with James, the moderator at Modern Day Debates. There's going to be a debate conference in November 15th. And if you want to attend in person, it's going to be in Nashville, Tennessee. If you want to attend in person, there is a link to the tickets below in the description. You can go to that. And I'm going to have, I think, 2 debates. One debate is already set. It's with Robert Spencer. You might know the same Christian that I debated on PBD, on Patrick Bet David. He wants some more. He wants more Daniel. And we're going to have a debate that hasn't been debated, as far as I know, the topic of which is more historically authentic, the New Testament of the Bible or the Hadith, the Sunni Hadith tradition. Which one is more historically authentic? This is the first debate of its kind. Christians have given up on the idea of debating New Testament versus Quran authenticity. That's a losing debate. That's a losing battle. So now they're moving on to Hadith. They're moving on to Hadith. Is Hadith better preserved or the New Testament? That's what we're going to be debating. And there's going to be potentially another debate with another Christian. This is another popular Christian apologist. I'm not sure if it's finalized, so I'm not going to announce it. But it should be an action-packed weekend. And if you as a Muslim audience wants to come and see me in person, we'll have a chance also after the debate to hang out. You want to meet me, you want to talk, inshallah, there will be opportunity for that as well. Check out the tickets in the link below in the description, inshallah. Okay, now before getting into YASIR QADHI, there are a couple of news items that I want to touch on, and I think that they're relevant and significant. So the first thing is, did you hear about the recent apostasy of Apus? Apus's recent apostasy from the Orthodox Church. He announced this. He said, Orthodox Christians can stop sending complaints about me. As of today, I'm going to the Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. Thanks. So he announced his apostasy. He's leaving Orthodoxy, this one denomination of Christianity, and he's going and he wants to be a Catholic now. That didn't take long. That didn't take long. And I had this comment, first ex-Muslim, now ex-Orthodox, but forever Jewish. And the context of this is that Tucker Carlson, this right-wing pundit within the U.S. with connections to the CIA, maybe we should have an episode on Tucker Carlson at some point, because some Muslims think that Tucker Carlson is just the greatest thing ever. And I agree that he has some good interviews that are coming out where he's very critical of Israel. So in one of these latest interviews, Tucker Carlson is interviewing an Orthodox nun, Orthodox Christian nun. And she's wearing black. She's wearing what looks like a hijab. And if you didn't know that she was an Orthodox Christian nun, you would think that, oh, this is a Muslim woman. But no, she's an Orthodox nun. And she's talking about how badly the Jews in Israel mistreat the Christians, and how the Christians, the Palestinian Christians, are being oppressed just as much as the Palestinian Muslims. And how can any Christian support the genocidal Zionist state? This is what she says. It's an interview. You can go check it out. And Tucker Carlson is giving her this platform. This is the second Christian from Palestine that he's giving this platform to discuss and to rail on Israel. And this is very sensitive because so much of support in America for Israel is coming from right-wing Christians, and they follow Tucker Carlson. They follow him and they support Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson is bringing these Christians from Palestine who are saying, no, actually, the problem is not the Muslims, the problem is not Hamas, the problem is the Zionists, and specifically Jews in Israel. So this is a disaster. This is like a crisis, emergency for the Zionists, because their base is getting threatened. So in context of that, Ridvan posts an image of this nun. First of all, he goes on a rant against this nun, and that's an Orthodox nun. That's his denomination that he selected when he became a Christian. He starts attacking this nun, calls her ugly, and then posts a cartoon of her, an AI cartoon where she's like Satan, a devil. And he has this rant, and he said, I can't deal with these Christians, so-called Christians, who are attacking Jews, and they're anti-Semites, and they're Nazis, and on and on. So the Orthodox community online is not happy with Ridvan. They're not happy, and it's been a problem with him. They've had a lot of problems with Ridvan shilling for Israel, shilling for Zionism, and mocking the deaths of Palestinians, mocking even Christians who are dying by the hands of the genocidal regime. They have been criticizing Ridvan nonstop, and they're trying to get him. They're trying to get some of the higher bishops and fathers of the Orthodoxy to condemn him, and even excommunicate him. And you have some of these figures, some of these fathers, who are chastising, criticizing Ridvan. So it didn't take long. It didn't take long for Apus to go into a religion, and the authorities of that religion are denouncing him and are distancing themselves from him, and he's getting attacked by that community, until ultimately he says, look, I'm done with this. I'm done with this church. I'm done with this denomination. I'm going to take my talents elsewhere. So how sincere was he really? How sincere was he in becoming I'm Orthodox, and he was posting like those images and, I found Jesus through the Orthodox Church, all this nonsense. How sincere was that when the authorities of that church are criticizing you? If you are such a sincere believer, shouldn't you listen to those authorities within Orthodoxy and say, wow, I'm wrong, and I'm just new to the faith. I'm new, so maybe I don't understand fully the faith. I need to shut my mouth and sit back and learn so that I can grow in my faith in Christ and the church, and appreciate this new religion that I've entered in. That's what a sincere believer would do. But is Ridvan sincere? No, he immediately starts going to battle, going to war against Orthodoxy, against all of these different Orthodox figures, criticizing them, attacking nuns. So this is And it makes you think. It makes you think, like, it makes him less credible as an ex-Muslim, actually, because all of his complaints against Islam and Muslims, it makes it less credible because, okay, well, you have the same problem with Orthodoxy. After just a few months, we see, like, it's all on record, how you engaged with your co-religionists within Orthodoxy, how you behaved, and the reaction that they had to you. So it's basically the 109 countries meme, right? You know, if Ridvan, you get kicked out of 109 religions, and you convert out of them, you apostatize from them. Like, maybe it's not the religions that are the problem, Ridvan. So, and people have pointed out, obviously, that all of this is for Israel. Like, his whole purpose with converting, quote unquote, converting into Orthodoxy was to specifically target Orthodox Christians who are least receptive to Zionism compared to the Protestants and the Catholics. So he could be a more credible agent, especially someone who is from the East, from Turkey. He could be a more credible agent to try to inject Zionism into online Orthodox circles on social media, but he failed. He failed. He couldn't stand the heat. And credit to the Orthodox for not standing for this trash, like not standing for this very obvious infiltration. Big credit for them for that. And we'll see, you know, how the Catholics respond. Catholics, unfortunately, they are more receptive to Zionism. The Vatican has explicitly rejected supersessionism and recognized the salvation of Jews. And you have a very strong connection between the Vatican and Zionists, has been historically proven. So I just wanted to comment on this. I found it amusing, and I found it very revealing of Ridvan as a perpetual apostate. Now, you know, he's apostate prophet. Like, prophet can mean like the Islamic conception of prophets, the Orthodox conception of prophets, the Christian Orthodox conception of prophets. Like, it could be used to mock Orthodoxy as well, that title. So what a joke, what a clown. So this is what it means to, like, your real religion is actually Judaism. Your real religion is worshiping Israel and being a slave for the Zionist cause. Like, that's what your real religion is. And I don't think anyone has any skepticism or doubts about that. Okay, so now I want to switch gears and talk about Farid real quick. Another piece of news, because after my debate with David Wood, this happened about 2 weeks ago. Hopefully you've seen the debate on the channel. I had two debates, actually. One of them is on the channel on the so-called Islamic dilemma, what I've been calling the autistic dilemma. And the other debate was on Christian support for Zionism and the hypocrisy of that, and how this is contrary to respect for Christ, for Jesus Christ. And that debate is too hot for YouTube. It's too hot for YouTube. You can watch it on Rumble, on our Rumble channel. So if you want to see that debate, that was a very exciting, contentious debate. That's the debate where you had Christians really shouting from the audience. They were so incensed. They were in such a rage at me because I was pointing out their hypocrisy when it comes to Zionism. You pretend to care so much about the weak and the poor and the victims and the oppressed, but you stand with the oppressor. You stand with Israel, this genocidal force. So that putting a mirror up to them and showing their hypocrisy caused them so much angst and anger and rage, so that they were raging at me. And, you know, I give as good as I get. I can also you know, put it back at them. So those clips went viral, and one person who really focused on these clips was none other than the Wahhabi deviant Farid. Farid took great issue. Farid didn't have any problem with David Wood insulting the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, insulting Allah, insulting Islam, mocking the Quran. Farid has nothing to say about any of those issues from that debate. He doesn't have any issue with the Christians and the audience shouting against Islam and against me. That's not his concern. His concern is that Daniel had appalling rhetoric. Daniel is criticizing these Christians, and this is contrary to proper etiquette for dawah. So just to show you the tweets. So he posted a clip, and the clip, there's no context that he includes. He doesn't include them shouting. He doesn't include their insults. He just clips it very selectively and says, I see more people being more offended at me posting a clip of this person's, being Daniel, terrible behavior as a representative of Islam than they are with him for his actual behavior. He also said, if one's intention is to do dawah to Christians, then don't argue that the Bible says that Maryam, peace be upon her, was raped by God the Merciful. If you do, you'll lose any sincere, open-minded Christian by using this appalling rhetoric. And again, he posts a clip out of context, doesn't show like the fact that my point was being prompted by these Christians in the Q&A accusing the Prophet ﷺ of things I don't even want to repeat. So this is something that scholars have done all the time. Scholars do this all the time in Islam, criticizing Christianity for their conception of God as a man and the implications of that. The implications of a human God who is biologically the unbegotten son of God, who is also God, who is born. Like, you will see these statements, not even from Ibn Taymiyyah himself, from Ibn al-Qayyim himself, scholars that Farid claims to trust. And people were posting these in the replies, by the way. Farid was getting cooked in the replies. Even his own followers were saying, what are you doing? You're siding with David Wood. You're just criticizing the Muslim for something that is not even inappropriate and is not actually incorrect. Like, what are you even talking about? And by the way, Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn al-Qayyim also make these types of statements. They also draw out the implications of a biological God. What does that mean? So what I said was not theologically incorrect. It wasn't theologically inappropriate. In fact, it was perfectly appropriate and apt for this debate and for, given the kind of treatment that they had against the Muslim. But since Farid doesn't have this knowledge, first of all, he doesn't also have any ghaira for the deen, apparently, he wants to focus on attacking me. This is low. This is quite a low approach. And I mean, these were just two of the criticisms, but a third criticism, actually the initial criticism that he gave, was that Daniel got caught with his pants down. Daniel got caught with his pants down. Why? Because he didn't note that this one particular hadith that David Wood cites in the Islamic Dilemma, part of the hadith was considered weak according to one scholar. And Daniel didn't cite this. That shows that Daniel didn't do his research. He got caught with his pants down. This is Farid's argument. This is Farid, trying to pretend like he's more competent to debate this subject, or he's more knowledgeable about this subject, and that I failed in my debate. So Farid has to make this point, even though he's never done a moderated debate in his life. He's never done any kind of debate. Yet he's an expert suddenly on debating when it's me debating. So in the previous Haqiqat show, I criticized Farid for this argument, this kind of isnad argument that, this part of the hadith that David Wood cites is weak. And I pointed out that this is a bad argument. This is a poor argument. And Farid clips this part of the episode, and he says that I'm shameless. I'm shameless, and he implies that I'm lying, or I'm somehow mischaracterizing him, or I'm somehow being unfair to him. So he makes a video responding, and the video, I'll play it so you can see. Don't just take my word for it. And let's see what the problem is with what I said. This morning, I went and looked at these 3 videos. Like, what was the critical piece of information, the critical argument that Farid presented on the Islamic Dilemma that I missed? And I got caught with my pants down. What was it? So I go watch. And this one video is 5 minutes or almost 6 minutes. The other one 16 minutes. In that 5-minute video, he talks about the hadith that is in Abu Dawood, I believe, where the Prophet ﷺ is with the Jews and they bring out the Torah, and the Prophet ﷺ places the Torah or tells them to place on a cushion, the judgment cushion, as David would call it. This is the hadith he often cites. And Farid's big contribution is that, yes, Al-Albani considers this hadith to be Hasan, but another scholar, Arnaout, says that this hadith is weak. Therefore, you shouldn't be using this hadith. So David, debunked. Our whole Islamic dilemma is debunked. Really? Because one scholar weakens the hadith because of the one person in the chain, the argument is debunked, or that hadith is now debunked. Like, we can't refer to this hadith. Al-Albani says it's Hasan. So this is the level of argumentation of someone like Farid, and it's not just this one video. Like, this is his approach to many things. It's a deliberate focus on the trees to miss the forest. Like, the lowest tier kind of intellectually lazy argument that you can make is this kind of argument, that there is one scholar somewhere that found this hadith weak, so therefore you can't use it. Sorry, man, this is not a good argument. This is not a good approach. The kinds of videos that he makes, I just described to you one. Go and watch these two and see if I misrepresented. Okay, so he's going back. He's saying, okay, fine, we'll watch the video. Let's show the original video. And the premise here, or the pretext, or what he's trying to present is that, see, I'll show you the original video so you can see how badly Daniel lied, or how shameless Daniel is in what he's saying in talking about me. That's what the presumption is here.
Specific report is graded as Hasan, meaning that it's a mid-tier hadith by Al-Albani. However, Sheikh Shu'aib al-Arnaout grades it as a weak hadith. So what do we do in this situation when different scholars disagree with each other? Well, you see, it's nothing like a popularity context. They're both established hadith scholars, and they both graded a massive number of hadiths. So what we do in this situation is we stick with the evidence. You see, the discussion revolves around a narrator called Hisham bin Sa'ad, who Al-Albani considers to be a mid-tier narrator, and who Sheikh Shu'aib considers to be a weak narrator. Of course, these decisions in regards to how strong or how weak a narrator is basically revolves around what classical scholars have had to say about those narrators. And we often find classical compilations that list out the opinions of the classical scholars of hadith. And yes, you will find a lot of criticism about him, but you will find a bunch of quotes that seem to put him in that mid-tier category. So I can definitely see why both Sheikh Shu'aib arrived at his conclusion. I can also understand why Al-Albani arrived at his conclusion. However, there are some works that perhaps weren't visited by Al-Albani, like Mughlatai's Ikmal, who quotes a bunch of them weakening him. So Ibn Sa'ad, Yahya ibn Sa'id, Al-Barqi, Al-Uqayli, Abu al-Arab al-Tamimi, Ibn Jarud, Al-Muntajili, Ibn Sakan, Al-Fasawi, Al-Dulabi, Al-Balkhi, Al-Khalili, and Abu Ahmad al-Hakim. Now, despite Abu Dawood as-Sijistani himself saying that Hisham bin Sa'ad is one of the strongest narrators from Zayd bin Aslam, it's still drowned in the sea of criticisms against Hisham bin Sa'ad. Moreover, there's another criticism mentioned by Sheikh Shu'aib, which is that we also have the same report from Az-Zuhri, from Nafi', from Ibn Umar in the Sahihain, and they don't include this edition. I'd also like to add that we have the same report from Abdullah bin Dinar, narrating this from Ibn Umar. He also doesn't mention this part about the Prophet, peace be upon him, placing the Torah on the cushion and saying, I believe in you. So yes, in this specific case, I'm going to have to side with Sheikh Shu'aib. He definitely has the evidence on his side due to, one, the lack of corroboration for Hisham bin Sa'ad, and two, the overwhelming claims of Hisham bin Sa'ad being a weak narrator.
Like, the lowest tier kind of intellectually lazy argument that you can make is this kind of argument. That there is one scholar somewhere that found this hadith weak, so therefore you can't use it. Okay, so then he puts this survey at the end. Question to Muslims: should liars represent Islam in debate? 93% no, say no way. So I'm gonna ask you as the audience, like, where was the lie? Like, where was the lie in my statement in characterizing Farid? Like, is the problem, because at the end he repeats the part where I'm saying it's intellectually lazy. So is Farid's point that Daniel is saying, I just found one scholar weakening the hadith, and therefore, based on the statement of that one scholar, I concluded that the hadith is weak. And I didn't do that. I actually did a lot of research. I did a lot of research on the weakness of this hadith, or this part of the hadith. I did a lot of research about it to come to the conclusion that it's weak. So for Daniel to say I'm lazy, or for Daniel to say that I based that position on just the statement of one scholar, that's a lie. That's a lie. And Daniel is shameless. Does he have any shame to lie this blatantly? That seems to be Farid's point. And again, this is all, I'm basing this on not him explicitly saying it, just from what he's presenting in this video on his channel. But I ask you, the audience, like, what did I misrepresent? The problem with Farid is he didn't even understand my criticism. My criticism of Farid is not that, oh, you just took the opinion of one scholar and left it at that. My criticism of you is the fact that you're not addressing the substance of what David Wood is saying, and you have to use a isnad analysis as a crutch to dismiss a report, or to dismiss what you find problematic and what David Wood or any of these Christian apologists are presenting as problematic. Your go-to is to dismiss and to say that this is not part of what we should legitimately consider the Islamic texts, the nusus, the Quran and Sunnah. Despite many scholars saying that this is a good report, like Al-Albani, you find a way, no matter how convoluted the path may be, you find a way to dismiss the report instead of addressing the substance of the report. Which is more critical, because someone like David Wood or any other Christian apologist or one of these Quranists, they'll say, fine, like, you go with this scholar, or you go according to your ijtihad, your personal ijtihad, this hadith is not admissible, but I can follow any of these other scholars. Why can't I? Why don't I have these other scholars go with their opinion that they say that this report is perfectly fine? So this is the criticism that I'm giving Farid. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand it. He thinks my problem is that, oh, you were just lazy. You just found someone that weakens it and then you dismiss it. He thinks that's my criticism. When in reality, my criticism is of your entire approach. Like, why are you using isnad analysis and a very weak analysis, for that matter, as a crutch? This is the problem that I have, Farid. So I don't know if repeating it a second time it'll get through your head or the heads of your Wahhabi followers, but that's what the criticism is. So I didn't lie, I didn't mischaracterize. That's exactly what you did, and the fact that you repeated exactly what I have a problem with, as if that's somehow debunking my characterization, that shows how much this went over your head. Like, I don't know if you even have the requisite IQ to understand this criticism that I'm making of you. So I'll give you another example. So, because this is, as I said, something that is characteristic of Farid's approach. It's characteristic of a lot of these Wahhabis, a lot of the Wahhabi debaters, and they're dime a dozen, unfortunately, and this is a problem. So many of the debaters that are doing dawah are Wahhabis. And they all use this kind of crutch whenever there is a question or an issue that they can't address, and it requires a little bit of thought, it requires a little bit of reflection to be able to give a counter argument, to counter the interpretation given by the Christian apologists or the Hindus or whoever, the atheists. Rather than give it a little bit of thought, they just try to find a way to dismiss the hadith, or to weaken it, or to say that this is not something that is a part of our Quran and Sunnah, our nusus. This is a recurring pattern amongst the dawah and the debating of the Wahhabis. And Farid is one of the best examples, meaning like one of the worst examples. Here's another example. So the original tweet was deleted, but it was basically some kind of atheist or critic of Islam who was attacking the idea, like the Ash'ari idea of occasionalism. Basically, there's nothing that is happening in the world at every instant, every iota of time. Allah is the one who is creating the causality or the effects. When we see, for example, you take a match to a piece of paper or to some cotton, and the fire burns the cotton, this is Allah is creating that burning. It's not because the fire has some inherent causality or some inherent power within itself to burn the cotton or to burn the paper. This is something that Allah is creating at every iota of time. Just in a nutshell, that's what the original tweet was discussing, and it mentioned angels because Ghazali specifically is discussing about the possibility of angels as kind of intermediaries, or angels are coming and Allah has deputized these angels to have certain impact on the world. So this atheist or this person that Farid is replying to is saying that, look how silly it is to think that every time there's a fire, every time there is some kind of causal thing, there's an angel that has to come. There has to be so many angels. This is ridiculous. And then Farid responds. And then Farid says, nothing in the Quran or Sunnah states that angels are sent every time cotton is burnt. Al-Ghazali is mistaken. That's it. That's his response. And obviously a bunch of Wahhabis are like seal clapping this. Oh, amazing, brilliant point, Farid. You got him. You got the atheist. Great response. But notice what Farid is doing. He's throwing an Islamic scholar under the bus in front of an atheist and an atheist audience who is criticizing Islam, doesn't even like Islam, if I remember this person correctly. He's attacking the tradition, the Islamic tradition. Farid throws all that under the bus and says, oh, there's nothing in the Quran that states angels are sent every time cotton is burnt. But this is symptomatic of the pattern, the kind of intellectual deficiency from Farid and these Wahhabis. Because you haven't actually addressed the main point, the main problem that this atheist had. His main problem is that there are so many angels, and that there are angels. How could it make sense for angels to be so involved or to be so abundant that they're involved with any kind of causal event regarding fire or whatever? That is the crux. That is his main point. That's the main point of the atheist. And there are statements in the Quran and Sunnah regarding the heavens being full of angels. There's one hadith where the Prophet ﷺ says that the heavens are creaking. They're creaking because there are so many angels that are filling the heavens. So those statements do exist in the Quran and Sunnah. And if this atheist that you're responding to, Farid, was aware of those hadith, you could easily point them out as a response. What are you going to do then? I mean, your knee-jerk reaction would be try to weaken those hadith, like try to find some kind of problem with those hadith or someone that said that hadith are not actually authentic. That would be the pattern of your type of response, as opposed to the simpler, more direct, more straightforward response that goes to the crux of the issue to say that what is so illogical or incoherent or unacceptable that there could be so many angels that Allah has created, and He has deputized them for anything that He wills, that Allah wills. What is illogical? What is so wrong about that? How does that disprove Islam? And that's the response that I gave to the same tweet. I had the response, this sarcastic response. If God real, why many angels? If God real, why many angels? Like, that's the kind of idiocy from an atheist like this. You think that the fact that there are many angels brings into question God? Brings into question God, the all-powerful God who can do whatever He wills? who can create how many ever angels he wills. This is a stupid argument. This is a moronic argument from the atheist, and it should be mocked. It should be derided. We should laugh. And I ratioed this atheist. I ratioed him, and that's probably why he deleted the tweet. But the Farid approach, the Wahhabi approach, is, oh, Ghazali is mistaken. Just throw Ghazali under the bus. Just find a way to basically reduce the scope of Islam and the Islamic tradition. Ghazali is not part of, what we consider authoritative in Islam. And that's the kind of mentality that a Wahhabi has, that a reformist has, like a modernist liberal has, like YASIR QADHI, actually, who we'll get to in a second. Like, that's the kind of mentality that they have. They want to constantly reduce the canon, you could say, the canon of Islam. I'm using that term loosely. I'm not saying Ghazali is part of the canon of Islam. But a traditional Muslim, someone like me, would say that Ghazali is not someone that you can just dismiss. Imam Ghazali, Hujjat al-Islam, is not something that you can just dismiss. There's a reason why he has this kind of prominence. He has this kind of influence. He has this kind of regard within the Islamic tradition among so many Muslims. He wasn't some random Joe. And yes, we don't necessarily agree with everything that he claimed, everything that he said on any issue. We don't say that everything that he said is correct and we take that as the end-all be-all of our religion. But we don't just dismiss him. We don't just say, oh, this is someone that we can just throw under the bus, especially when he's talking about something that there is a basis for. There is a basis of there being so many angels in the universe that Allah has created. So the traditionalist will try to defend these scholars of the Islamic tradition, even if ultimately I don't take Ghazali's position on occasionalism, for example, or on causation, the Ash'ari position on causation. Even if I don't take that, I'm still not going to, in front of the kafir, in front of the disbelieving atheist who's mocking the deen, I'm not going to throw him under the bus. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to go for the more direct approach and saying, actually, your criticism is without basis. It's illogical. That's the more intellectually sound, more traditional, Islamically consistent approach. But the Wahhabis and someone like Farid are not capable of engaging in that. So, yeah, much more can be said, and there are many more examples, but we can save it. This seems to also be the problem with Farid. Like, look at this. Someone shared this screenshot. It's like an old screenshot. The hadith is weak, guys. Following the sunnah is an obligation, but these words in this order were not uttered by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So does Farid think that if a hadith is weak, that proves that the words were not stated by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? That's weird. Is that the meaning of da'if? Da'if means the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam did not say these words. Is that what you think, Farid? If not, you should clarify that. Because if that's what you think, then no wonder you think it's like such a open and shut case that you weaken a report and then, oh, this means that's not part of the sunnah, or this means like this hadith is weak, that means this is not what the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, it's not part of the deen, it has nothing to do with Islam. maybe like that's the assumption that he has. Maybe that's part of the problem with Farid. He just doesn't have a good understanding of hadith classification. Maybe. So, okay. Yeah, I just had to get that off my chest because I see these people seal clapping Farid, and it's just like, really? Like, this is what impresses you? Like this slop that he shovels in front of you? Like, he doesn't even... Anyway, I don't need to go on a rant about Farid and his low IQ stuff. But yeah, I mean, this is a pattern. Let's go to YQ. let's get to the reaction.
Sheikh YASIR, and welcome to The Thinking Muslim.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. The pleasure is mine.
Well, it's wonderful to have you with us. And I think this is the first time we're meeting face to face for one of these podcasts. Alhamdulillah, we've met before. And we've had a lot of conversations online, or a few conversations, but a really thorough academic book today on, you brought it in today, on Salafism and the origins of this idea, of this philosophy, of this way of thinking, as well as some of the controversies, let's say, surrounding Salafism. And it's something that I'm interested in, really not because of the theological debates that exist within Salafism or between Muslims, but more sort of the political and the real world impacts of Salafism. But before we get to that, and maybe there is a connection with the first question, I want to raise a week or so back, 2 weeks back, you did a khutbah and you spoke about intra-Muslim rivalry or sectarianism. And I think it was in the context of the horrific bombing of Tehran and other places and sites and nuclear sites in Iran, and you very much spoke about how we need to get over these divisions that seem to challenge Muslims going forward. There was a lot of controversy, I think, from non-Muslims as well as from Muslims when you gave that khutbah. Just talk to that, please. Like, what is it that you were trying to achieve?
Excellent question. I began that khutbah by making a disclaimer, and that is that I'm not a geopolitical strategist. I'm not a political scientist. I don't do strategy. And I'm very, very cognizant of people staying in their lanes of expertise. So I'm trying my best to not venture beyond what I feel qualified to do. I believe I am qualified to talk about sectarianism and about how we should be viewing different Muslim movements and sects vis-a-vis other problems of the Ummah. So in that spirit, I was talking. And obviously, you have to bring in a little bit of history and geopolitics, but the focus really was, okay, we have these two massive trends. The largest two movements of the Ummah are Sunnism and Shiism. And historically, there has always been an element of problem and animosity between these two strands. Let's be honest here. There's never really been a time in which because Zaydism, you can actually make a case that is fairly neutral for most of Islamic history, and there's not that much animosity, and they just live and let live. The same cannot be said of Twelver Shiism. And if you want to go back hundreds of years, the Ottomans and the Safavids were at each other's throats, as you're well aware. And even before that, I mean, when the Buwayhis were in charge and the Abbasid Khalifa was very irked about what was happening. So there's multiple instances of unfortunately rivalry and hatred that took place and manifested even in warfare. And the 70s and 80s are no different, in this regard. Now, my point in the khutbah was quite simple, and that is that, as Allah says in the Quran, let not the hatred of a group of people cause you to act unjustly. Act justly, that is the essence of piety. And I gave some basic theological claims, and that is that we have disagreements with this other strand of Islam, but by and large, the what I call the muhaqqiqin, which means like the experts of Islamic theology from our side, consider this strand to be within Islam. The same cannot be said the other way around, and that's another topic. But we don't deal with people the way they deal with us, even if they considered us to be outside the fold, or at least in classical times, because that is changing now. We don't do a tit for tat. We look at the reality, and because they're Muslims, therefore the rights of Islam still apply to a level, even if we agree to disagree. And I'm not even calling for unity. I'm being very pragmatic. And in light of what is happening in Gaza, and in light of the fact that the people that are bombing Gaza are themselves attempting to divide and conquer, we cannot be that naive to fall prey. Literally, Israel is using the Sunni Shia card. Are we that foolish to not see that they are going to benefit? So I said that for the greater good, for the people of Gaza, for the reality of the situation, the real enemy are the people that are butchering children. The real enemy are the ones that are committing a genocide. And if they have attacked a 12er country, nobody should be cheering. A'udhu billah. A'udhu billah. Nobody should be saying that this is good. And I understand certain segments of the Sunni.
So what he's saying is good, right? This is sound familiar. Like those of you who are familiar and watch Haqiqatjou, this should all sound very familiar to you. I've had debates now on these issues on sectarianism. Are the Shia Muslim or not? You can go revisit the debate that I had on that, where I bring the citations and the evidence. And he is correct. I mean, there are some scholars in our history that do make blanket takfir of the 12er Shia. But you have many of the later scholars, many of the major scholars, what he calls muhaqqiqin, who they did not do blanket takfir of the Shia. They did not do this blanket takfir, including Ibn Taymiyyah, which he mentions, or he will mention, and then Ghazali is another one. Ibn Abidin in the Hanafi tradition is another one. And this is because the principles of takfir that they spelled out, and the usul, when it comes to aqidah and determining who is within the fold of Islam and who is not within the fold of Islam, those became developed in these later centuries, and they were applied to the Shia. That no, the Shia, unless they have certain beliefs, unless they, for example, say that the Quran is fabricated, they should be considered Muslim. They should be considered Ahlul Qibla. So what he's saying is correct. And then what he's saying about sectarianism, about how Israel and the Zionists are using Shia Sunni sectarianism to divide and conquer, where Muslims are more concerned about attacking other Muslims who are in a different sect, Shia versus Sunni and vice versa, how this is detrimental to the cause of the Palestinians and the cause of the Ummah as a whole. This is absolutely correct as well. This is very plainly, very obviously correct. And I saw during that 12-day war where Israel is attacking Iran, I saw many Sunni scholars and imams finally get the picture, finally come to their senses and say, no, we have to ally with Iran. We have to support Iran against Israel because we see the writing on the wall. We see what this is going to lead to. If Iran falls, the entire Middle East is going to fall. And then, you know, the chain reaction for the rest of the Ummah. So Yasir Qadhi was one of these imams who came out on that 12-day war in June and said, yeah, we have to have this position. Sectarianism is not the solution. I don't think he was speaking in the same way in favor of Iran prior to the war, but, you know, better late than never. But we saw this from many people. We saw this from many imams who finally came out and said, look, sectarianism, enough is enough. Look at what is happening. Look at what sectarianism is doing. It's a divide and conquer strategy. And, you know, I've been saying it from the beginning. I've been saying it from October 7th. You know why? You know why I've been saying it from October 7th? Because the Palestinian resistance is what they have been saying as well. From day one, the Palestinian resistance has been saying that this is a coalition with Iran, with the Shia, with Hezbollah, with the Houthis in Yemen, with the Shia in Iraq. This is a coalition, and we have to work together as a team. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to resist genocide. This is what the Palestinian resistance said at the very beginning. And they called two Sunnis, especially Arab Sunnis, to wake up. To wake up. And I took the call in the sense that I came and said, yes, this is what we have to support. We have to follow their lead. They are the leaders of the Ummah in this moment. And we have to listen to what they're saying. Even if at first we don't agree, even at first we don't understand, we should listen to what they're saying and take it into consideration. Not be like these Wahhabis who are saying, oh, these are just Ikhwani, grave worshippers. They ally with the Rafidah because they're Rafidah themselves and blah, blah, blah. All of these polemics coming from the Wahhabis. Wahhabis that are tied to who, actually? Tied to Unit 8200, tied to the Gulf regime, these Madkhalis who are all compromised, practicing Judeo-Islam. Like, they're the ones who are calling the Palestinians Rafidah, grave worshippers. So who do you think is projecting or propagating this kind of psyop on the Sunni masses? And then you have the Palestinian resistance saying, no, we have to ally, we have to work together. And I followed that. And when you go and look at the Islamic theology, when you actually go and look at what the muhaqqiqeen have said about the 12-verse Shia, you find that, yeah, there wasn't blanket takfir by the majority of these scholars. In fact, it seems like the default is that they did not blanket takfir. They considered the 12-verse Shia to be Muslim. And if that's the case, then as Muslims, we're required to have wala. We are required to have loyalty to fellow Muslims, even if they're deviant. And we've discussed this at length on previous Haqiqat shows. I brought all of the scholarly quotes, all of the Quranic ayat as well.
Sunni community have had very painful political grievances. And maybe for them, they can sit aside and whatnot. I get that. But as a
So notice what he said here. He said that, oh, well, I understand there are some Sunnis who have painful political grievances and they can sit aside. They can sit aside. So he's referring to Syrians. He's referring to the Syrians. So is anyone going to attack YASIR QADHI for this? For telling the Syrians to sit aside? I'm not going to attack him. Obviously, I understand exactly what he's saying. I'm just wondering the double standards. YASIR QADHI is not in the crossfire of these groups for whatever reason. YASIR QADHI is not in the crossfire. I'm in the crossfire. So if I say much less than this, I say much less than YASIR QADHI, and I'm much more respectful. I don't tell the Syrians, oh yeah, sit aside. You're not concerned here. I don't say that. YASIR QADHI says that he gets a free pass. No controversy, like no one shouting him down, no Syrians takfiring him and calling him all kinds of nasty names, attacking his family, calling him a Rafidi agent, Iranian Madkhali. None of that for YASIR QADHI when he's here on this platform telling the Syrians to sit aside. But if poor little Daniel says less than this, then no, we have to go full blast with a months-long campaign to portray Daniel as the hater of the Syrian Muslims, who is spitting on the graves of the mass graves of the Syrians. Daniel, like this is the double standard. Like I can't even believe it. Let's replay this so that
nobody should be saying that this is good. And I understand certain segments of the Sunni community have had very painful political grievances. And maybe for them, they can sit aside and whatnot. I get that. But as a
they can sit aside. They have painful political grievances with Iran. Segments of the Sunni community, they have painful political grievances, so they can sit aside. Okay. Where is the campaign against YASIR QADHI? The same campaign that you had for me. I mean, why? That's a question. Like, why the double standard?
Whole, our sympathies should be with innocent people around the world, including the women and children and the innocent men of Tehran that lost their lives for no reason at the hands of a tyrannical, genocidal, maniacal regime. I think that is a very simple statement to make. I didn't find it that controversial, and whoever wants to disagree, I mean, that's their prerogative to do so, but I stand by what I said, and I haven't changed. My mind hasn't changed in anything what I said in that sermon.
In a sense, you're making a political point there. Your argument,
I agree, but it's coming from a theological background. As I said, I try to stay in my lane, but at times there's going to be a little bit of overlap. I can't help that. But my goal is not to, analyze the geopolitics of the region. I didn't go into, what is the long-term agenda. I didn't go into that. I'm simply saying, don't use a sectarian card and allow a common enemy to divide us even more. We have to agree to disagree civilly. That's what I'm asking for. And we have to unite against the common enemy. And then if we want to dialogue and, discuss afterwards, that's fine. But for the time being, there is a regional superpower that is an enemy to the entirety of the ummah. And we cannot fall prey to their machinations of divide and conquer.
Around the world, more.
So, point that I want to make here is that he's trying to distinguish politics from theology, and he's saying that they're related. But I mean, I think that he's understating it. The theological necessity for Muslims to stand together, especially against the common enemy, the disbelieving nations that are trying to destroy the ummah. This is not just a political calculus that has a smattering of theological implications. No, it's through and through. It's a theological issue that Muslims have to ally together. They have to come and work against these machinations, these genocidal aims. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And YASIR QADHI is really understating this, and he's making it sound like, oh, this is just my political ijtihad. But it's much greater than this. And there are scholars in the Muslim world who have come out in strong terms and said, no, this is something that is a necessity. The Quran requires that the Muslims have wala. They have loyalty to the other believers against the disbelievers. So let me just bring you some of these ayat. Just to reiterate. In the 3rd chapter of the Quran, verse 103, hold fast to God's rope altogether. Do not split into factions. Remember God's favor to you. وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. This is one important ayah. hold together, all the believers hold together to the rope of Allah and do not split into different factions. Also, later in the same surah, do not be like those who, after they have been given clear revelation, split into factions and fall into disputes. A terrible punishment awaits such people. Splitting into factions for no legitimate reason. This is condemned by the Quran. Also, in chapter 3, let not believers take disbelievers as awliya, as allies. Meaning supporters or protectors, rather than the believers. And whoever of you does that has nothing, i.e. no association with Allah, except when taking precaution against them in prudence, and Allah warns you of himself, and to Allah is the final destination. So this is a requirement in Islam. It's not optional. And again, if you're going to say that the Shia are disbelievers, what is the proof of that? So YASIR Qadhi is going to talk about this in the next section, so let's just continue.
Is it fair to say, I mean, in relation to what I want to focus in on today, your book and your work and your academic study into Salafism, is it fair to say that in the last century at least, or maybe a century or two, the Sunni-Shia divide has taken a different emphasis? You said historically, Shias have had antipathy, I suppose, towards Sunnis, but there are lots of Sunnis today, especially those who subscribe to Salafism, who would outright say that Shias are kuffar, and even worse, actually, they would go even further by saying that we should ally against them, even with our enemies, right? So, do you think that way of thinking comes from the type of theological strand you're addressing here in your book?
So one of the problems talking about these issues, one of my main goals and focus for the last decade has been to minimize sectarianism. We're never going to overcome it, but to be reasonable and to minimize at least hatred. The problem comes, one of the ways to do that is by talking about the various sects and movements. And the goal here is not to inflame sectarianism. The goal is we have to be academic and discuss, well, okay, what does Salafism say? What do the Bandi say? What do other people say? And of course, because of my own association with the movement, obviously, I felt even more compelled to write a book. And I've always made the disclaimer, this is not a critique. This is not a bashing of the movement. It's actually a encyclopedic introduction. Almost all of it is just a historic description of the movement. So that having been said, one of the aspects that Salafism has been known for, and that is, it is correct to point out, is that generally speaking, it has been a little bit more hostile towards 12ers than, let us say, many Sufi movements of the past, right? That is just a factually correct statement. Beginning with, the early scholars, Ibn Taymiyyah, who wrote an entire 10-volume work, Minhaj Sunnah, which is specifically meant to refute 12er theology. And he uses very, very harsh adjectives against them. However, as a default, Ibn Taymiyyah did not claim that 12ers were outside the fold of Islam. Right. The same cannot be said of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Ibn Abdul Wahhab, by and large, did seem to view them outside the fold. And in fact, he attacked Karbala and he massacred thousands of people in Karbala, believing them to be basically pagans outside the fold of Islam. And also, obviously, the movement, the followers of Ibn Abdul Wahhab have obviously been even more hostile. Perhaps it is correct to state the most hostile in the modern Sunni framework than many other strands. That having been said, we don't base
Yeah, the Wahhabis, as if you haven't seen the Wahhabism documentary, go and watch it on our channel. The Wahhabis and Ibn Abdul Wahhab, they were very harsh against the Shia. They consider them to be pagan mushriks. That's the same view that they had on the Sunnis. That's the same view that they had on non-Wahhabi Sunnis. They're pagan mushriks and they should be killed and they should be massacred. And there were many massacres that were overseen by Ibn Abdul Wahhab and the later Wahhabis, his children and his grandchildren. They engaged in this against Sunnis just as much as Shiis. And this is the double standards, or this is the taqiyya that Wahhabis put out. They pretend like their animosity or their opposition to the Shia, this is because we're principled. We're principled Sunnis against the Shia. And people like Daniel, they're just watering down. People like Daniel and YASIR Qadhi are just watering down Islam and saying that Sunnis can ally with Shia. And then someone like me, more than YASIR Qadhi actually, is saying that, wait, this is a double standard that you have, because actually, or this is not honest. This is a dishonest portrayal of your notion of Islam and kufr. Your accusations of kufr against the Shia apply just as much to the Sunnis, just as much to the non-Wahhabi Sunnis. You, for political purposes, are quiet about that. You minimize that in this moment. in this moment, but that's actually what you believe, that you consider all, not just the Shia, but all these other Sunnis as kuffar as well. You just don't openly say that because it's not convenient for your political project right now, which is what? Which is creating a split of the ummah for the which either intentionally or as an unintended consequence is going to serve Israel, is going to serve the Zionist purpose to divide and conquer the ummah. So this is the hypocrisy or the taqiyya of the Wahhabis.
Truth on personalities or movements, and we have to discuss concepts and theories. So on what basis do Sunnis consider this movement to be outside the fold of Islam? That's a theological discussion. I went over them. The reason why the followers of Ibn Abdul Wahhab found it easier to do so is because of a theological peculiarity to them. And again, this is a theological discussion. I know you don't, but we have to do that because all Sunnis love the Sahaba.
Yeah.
So all Sunni movements are very much in opposition to the 12-year understanding of Abu Bakr and Umar and Uthman radiallahu anhum. Most Sunnis did not consider that to be a level of kufr. If you consider Abu Bakr and Umar radiallahu anhu to have not obeyed the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, most Sunni scholars, in fact, I would say this is the default, that is not considered to be kufr. So the followers of Ibn Abdul Wahhab are the same in this regard. What makes them different? There's a theological issue called invoking the dead. Istighatha bil amwat. In this particular issue, the followers of Ibn Abdul Wahhab follow a unique position that no other mainstream strand follows, which is neither Deobandis, by the way, nor Sufis, and of course some of the Sufis consider this to be a valid thing. Ibn Abdul Wahhab said, if you invoke the dead, de facto that is shirk and kufr, that's it, end of story. And obviously a part of Shia rituals is to call upon the imams, right? Most Sunnis would have one of two opinions. A, it is permissible with conditions because you're going through them to reach Allah, and B, it should be avoided because it's bordering on shirk, but as long as you don't view them to be gods, then you are not committing shirk.
Right.
Ibn Abdul Wahhab didn't have these distinctions, and he basically said it is shirk. Because the 12ers typically do this, so it's easier for that strand to, as a default, say they're outside the fold of Islam. This is a theological issue, which is why when you battle sectarianism, unfortunately, you do have to go a little bit deeper and talk about these theological issues. Of course, I do have a longer video about why I disagree with that assessment.
Yeah.
Invoking the dead is not something I like to do, but when a Muslim does it, you cannot equate a Muslim with the mindset of La ilaha illallah to a Hindu or a pagan who invokes, even to a Christian when they invoke Jesus. The perception that the Christian has of Jesus is nowhere near the perception that a Muslim has of the Prophet when they might go to the grave and ask the Prophet for something.
So can I ask you about that? So what you seem to be evoking here is a view that Islam is a big tent. And
okay, before we get into that, so is this issue of istighatha, again, I don't think that Yasir Qadhi is really showing the gap between the Wahhabi view and even Ibn Taymiyyah's view and the Sunni, like the general Sunni view across the madhahib. Because when it comes to istighatha, first of all, I don't agree with him that it should not be seen as shirk. It's only shirk if the person views the person that they're calling upon as a god. And only then would it be considered shirk. I think that it's more complex than that. I think it's more nuanced. I think there could be situations where the person doesn't necessarily think the saint or the prophet that they're calling upon is a god, but still the kinds of things that they're doing and the kind of devotion that they have and the kind of subservience that they show in their actions or the state of their heart gets very close to being shirk, if not shirk itself. So that's one place where I would disagree with Yasir Qadhi, and there are scholars who have this kind of view, and I've cited them. Someone like Shah Wali Allah. So that's one point. But the thing about the Wahhabis is that they take it to the nth degree, because they say that not only is this an act of shirk, but the one who does it is a mushrik. The one who does it is a mushrik, and that means that their blood is halal. And that is Ibn Abdul Wahhab's position. That Ibn Abdul Wahhab's position is not just that they're committing shirk. He's saying that they're committing shirk and they are mushriks and they are wajul qatl. Is necessary to kill them, and it is because they're murtads, they have left the religion, and we can wage offensive jihad against them. That is the Wahhabi position. That has nothing to do with what Ibn Taymiyyah actually taught. Yes, Ibn Taymiyyah considers it to be shirk, but the person could be ignorant. There could be an excuse of ignorance. So Ibn Taymiyyah actually expands the concept of udhr bil jahl, the excuse of ignorance, such that yes, this is shirk, according to Ibn Taymiyyah, but he also is expanding udhr bil jahl such that the person could be excused. They're following a shubha, they're following an ignorant understanding of the Quran and Sunnah. Maybe they are just following what they have seen other Muslims do. So they are ignorant. And well, I'll save this comment for later about whether Ibn Taymiyyah is intolerant or not, because this is what they're going to talk about. But it's important to distinguish what Ibn Taymiyyah says from what Ibn Abdul Wahhab said. What Ibn Abdul Wahhab said, and the reason that he mass takfired the Ottoman Empire and the four madhahib and basically the entire ummah other than him and his followers, it's on the basis of this principle that they are engaged in shirk, therefore they are mushriks. They're automatically mushrik. That's the auto takfir principle. And then there's a chain takfir principle, such that even if you don't do istighatha, but you don't takfir the ones that are doing istighatha, then you are also a kafir. And this is the principle that he lays out in Nawaqid al-Islam, the nullifiers of Islam, his book. He makes it very clear, this chain takfir principle. So that makes the entire ummah kafir, basically, even if you don't participate in istighatha. This has nothing to do with Ibn Taymiyyah. Ibn Taymiyyah didn't do mass takfir of the ummah, let alone call for killing people who are doing istighatha, or the scholars who are not takfiring, the ones who do istighatha or who don't take his position on istighatha. Ibn Taymiyyah is not takfiring them, let alone calling for their death. That's what Ibn Abdul Wahhab does. So if anything, Yasir Qadhi is downplaying the difference between Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Abdul Wahhab.
Islam tries to incorporate as many interpretations that are as valid as possible, and even if one group does not find another interpretation valid, as long as there's an excuse that can be given to them from a textual perspective, then we accept them to be within the fold, even if we disagree with them, right? What are the parameters here? Like who stands outside of that tent?
Excellent question. Are there parameters? Of course there are.
Yeah.
And for me, the parameters are the kalima and the implications of the kalima. Now, everybody would say that. Ibn Abdul Wahhab would say that as well. So the devil's in the detail, as the saying goes, right?
Yeah.
For me, to believe in another God besides Allah, pause here. This is the whole point. Ibn Abdul Wahhab says, you don't need to believe in another God. You simply must venerate an object to a point that I think it is beyond the red line, in which case I'll say you believe in another God, even if you don't actually believe in a God. Right. That's the whole point here. I would say, no, there has to be an affirmation that I believe another entity is worthy of worship. Right. And Christians believe Jesus is worthy of worship. No Muslim believes the Prophet is worthy of worship. There's just no Muslim. I mean, there might be some ignorant person doesn't know any better, but no Muslim believes that the Prophet is independently powerful and worthy of worship. That's not what Islam is. So if you believe in another...
This is a kind of mischaracterization of Ibn Taymiyyah. I don't know if you meant to be talking about Ibn Abdul Wahhab, but I think he mentioned Ibn Taymiyyah. But Ibn Taymiyyah doesn't say that, oh, these people who are practicing istighatha are outside the fold of Islam. He just say that they're ignorant. Like, they are ignorant, they're confused, and there needs to be a long process of iqamatul hujjah to establish the proof for these people, for them to recognize that what they're doing with istighatha is shirk. Even if they don't think that they're worshiping another God, they're nonetheless doing shirk. It takes a while to establish the proofs for that for a Muslim before you can declare them to be a mushrik or to say that they have apostatized, they have left the fold of Islam. So Ibn Taymiyyah actually doesn't reduce the scope, like he doesn't reduce the boundaries of Islam in this way that Yasir Qadhi is characterizing it. So I don't know if I'm misunderstanding what Yasir Qadhi is saying, or maybe he just didn't have a chance to fully elaborate these distinctions in characterizing Ibn Taymiyyah. I haven't actually read his book. I think I will read his book. I've heard people say good things about the book, just as a work of history. So I can't evaluate what his book actually is saying. But what he's saying, or for what I understand him to be saying now about Ibn Taymiyyah, this is not exactly correct.
Other God besides Allah, or you believe in a prophet after the Prophet, and we know this by unanimous consensus of the companions. When Musaylima came along, there were no two opinions, and that is one of the corollaries of Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And I would also add here, a part of the kalima, when you say there is no God that should be worshipped other than Allah, there must be worship that is done to that God, to Allah. So there are some strands, such as the duruz. forget their theology, that's bad enough. They have no worship. They have no salah, they have no ibadah, they have no Ramadan, they have no tilawah of the Quran. When there's no worship, how can there be any deen, right? So I would say the red lines are fairly clear, and that is to reject Allah as the sole deity, or to reject the finality of the Prophet and his implications. That is the big tent of Islam. Within it, is everybody else the same? I never said that. I never said they're all the same. Some are closer to the truth than others, and without a doubt, within all the strands, obviously, what I call generic Sunnism, which is the Quran and Sunnah and respect to the Sahaba. This is something that I think you can derive it easily from the Quran, but I do make a claim, which is a bit contentious to some. Mainstream Sunnism in all of its forms, the differences between them are so trivial as to really not be anything that should be of a cultural issue. Let it be discussed in advanced seminaries, let it be discussed behind closed doors. But once you've agreed that I want to worship Allah based upon the sunnah of the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we understand by this that the Sahaba are going to be the ones transmitting that sunnah, by and large, you're in the same room. If somebody has they believe in divine imams, they're in a different room, but still within the building of Islam. You get my point here, right? So I think that one of the explicit arguments that I'm continuously making, it is time for us to rethink through classical sectarianism. I don't have to categorize you based upon abstract notions of theology, okay?
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, when we talk about the hostility that sometimes exists between Muslims, Ibn Taymiyyah is almost always evoked.
Wait, I think I've watched this before in preparation for this stream, but did he say divine imams? If you believe in divine imams, you're still within the building of Islam. I don't know what divine imams refers to. Like an imam who is divine? Is this what the Shia believe? I don't think so. I don't think that this is a mainstream 12-er belief. Maybe that's a characterization that others will accuse the Shia of, like you believe that your imams are divine because of whatever principle, wilaya takwiniya, or the knowledge of the imams, but or they're ma'soom, like they are, they don't commit sins. Like, are they divine? Anyway, maybe I misheard. Okay, now he's going to go to Ibn Taymiyyah. But before we do that, if you guys have super chats, feel free to submit the super chats, and I'll read them. I'll read them at the end of the stream, inshallah. Let me just check the stream quality, because I've been talking for a while now. Oh, he said divinely guided, not divine imams. Okay. Yeah, I just, for some reason, misheard. So. Okay, what else is the chat saying? Okay, good to see you guys. All right, let's continue. Not this.
As someone who injected some intolerance within Sunni Islam. I mean, is that a fair assessment of Ibn Taymiyyah? And tell me about Ibn Taymiyyah. I don't think I know enough about his life. Explain that briefly to us.
I would say intolerance is not the right word to use, although it could be interpreted as such. I would say every single strand of Islam, without exception, whether it is strands of Ash'arism or strands of Mu'tazilism or strands of Ithna Asharism or strands of Proto-Sunnism or Hanbalism, you find people that were so passionate about what they believed that they were extremely harsh on anybody who disagreed with them. This is not unique to Ibn Taymiyyah. There are many examples in the Ash'ari school of fanatics. There are many examples in 12er schools, in Sufi schools. When Imam al-Ghazali's books first reached Andalus, there weren't followers of Ibn Taymiyyah who burnt them at the stake. These were mainstream Malikis. They were not, Ibn Taymiyyah wasn't in real life, this is before Ibn Taymiyyah. As you should all be aware, the viewer should all be aware, when Imam al-Ghazali's Ihya Ulumuddin reached Andalus, the preachers and the theologians said this is a heretical book.
Why?
And because they felt that it is preaching a version of tasawwuf and even kalam that they were not happy with. So actually they were closer to Hanbali theology, but that's not Ibn Taymiyyah, as I'm trying to say. They were not Taymiyyah. Ibn Taymiyyah wasn't even born.
Yeah.
So Imam al-Ghazali's books were banned in Andalus, and they were burnt in Andalus famously. By whom? Not by Ibn Taymiyyah, not by his followers, by people who had a different understanding of Sunnism, and they did not like, Ghazali understanding. Now, a little bit later, Ibn Tumart comes along. Ibn Tumart is a fanatical Ash'arite. He is a hardcore Ash'arite. And of course, he is the leader of the Muwahhidun, right? And he preaches Tawheed according to Ash'arism. And he says, if your Tawheed is Taymiyyah version, i.e. call it the Athari version, you are a Mujassim and anthropomorphic, and he would persecute. It is even said he killed people. So when you quote Ibn Taymiyyah and say, oh, he was a fanatic or whatnot, historically speaking, I would say one finds harshness in all strands. Right. And I'm not somebody who's going to back project our sensibilities onto them. They had a different time, a different place. I'm somebody who's saying, however Ibn Taymiyyah or Al-Razi or Al-Ghazali or Ibn Tumart, however they treated their opponents, must we where are you from, Manchester or London? London, right? London. Must we in London, must I in Dallas import the hatred that they had of each other into our societies? That's the question I'm asking, right?
I completely disagree with his characterization of the Islamic tradition. Like, he's basically agreeing with the Wahhabis here. And what he's doing is he's saying actually that the kind of intolerance that is characterized by the Wahhabis, this is something that is throughout Islamic history, and it's in every group, every subgroup, the Ash'aris, the Maturidis, the Atharis, Ahlul Hadith, all these groups, they are equally intolerant. This is how he's defending Ibn Taymiyyah from the accusation of intolerance, by the way. He's saying that, no, actually look at Ibn Tumart. Look at this Ash'ari who is persecuting the Atharis, the Hanabila, and even killing some of them. Interestingly, he doesn't mention that Ibn Tumart claimed to be the Mahdi and was considered a heretic, and the other Ash'aris of the time denounced him and disavowed him in his time and later. So he leaves out that part about Ibn Tumart. But the way that Yasir Qadhi is characterizing the Islamic tradition, he's saying that it's just constant civil war. Like, it's just constant intolerance. Maybe not like an actual physical civil war. Even sometimes it might have been that. But it's just hatred. There's so much hatred, and we don't want to import that hatred from the past into our time. This is like a slander. This is a smear of the Islamic tradition, he has a specific agenda. Like, this serves his reformist agenda because he wants to create a clear break between us today, Muslims of today, the modern Muslims, and the Muslims of the past. And as we see when we get later into the discussion, this will become more explicit by him. But what he's trying to do is create a clear break. He's saying that the Muslims of the past, like Ibn Taymiyyah, they had all this hatred. They had all of this infighting. They would takfir each other. They would persecute each other. That's the way it was. Is this correct? Is this accurate? No, it's not. It's not accurate. And this is also what the Wahhabis say, by the way, because the Wahhabis say, if you think that we're intolerant and you don't agree with the fact that we're takfiring everyone, and we don't want to work, we don't want to ally with anyone, and you're accusing us of sectarianism, then look at the Ahlul Hadith. Look at these previous scholars of the 9th century of Islam. Look at them. Look at the takfir that they're making. Look at the kinds of statements that they're making in their books of theology. So how can you say that what we're doing is deviant or is without precedent? Here's the precedent for you right there. And Yasir Qadhi is basically agreeing with that. That yes, that is a correct assessment of the past. But it's not. It's not actually. Yes, there are periods within Islamic history where there are fitnas, there are fitan, where there is civil conflict, where there is a mihna, there is for example, the Mu'tazila are oppressing and cracking down on the Sunnis, are cracking down on Imam Ahmad, for example, on the claim that the Quran is uncreated, for example. There are these periods of fitna, and it becomes very heated, it becomes very politically charged, and then you do have statements that are very harsh. You do have statements against other groups that are very harsh and uncompromising. But is that characteristic of the entirety of the Islamic tradition? Obviously, if you just focus on the periods of fitna and you paint the entire Islamic history with that brush, then you're going to have a very distorted picture. You're going to paint a very distorted picture of constant civil war. But in fact, the kind of theological tolerance that I advocate for example, is based on the Islamic tradition, is based on the Quran and Sunnah, is based on what scholars historically have said about tolerance. And I'll give you a few examples. The big example, or the big point, is that so many scholars historically said that when it comes to these aqidah debates regarding, for example, the sifat issue, the attributes of Allah issue, the lay people should not get involved. The common Muslim, the average Muslim, should not get involved. It's something that we don't even teach to the average Muslim. We don't even teach it to the lay Muslims. This is a statement from Ibn Taymiyyah, for example. This is in Majmu' al-Fatawa. As for someone saying the hadiths and verses of the attributes should not be delved into with the common people, I have never spoken to a common man about any of that. This is one of his statements. He has others as well. I don't go into these issues with the common man. So how can it be said that Ibn Taymiyyah is sectarian or Ibn Taymiyyah is intolerant, for example? He doesn't want to even delve into these issues with the common people. Yeah, he'll write about it, but how many people are reading these books? How many people amongst the common lay Muslims are reading Ibn Taymiyyah on these issues? And when he's saying explicitly himself that he doesn't even delve into them. We have statements of tolerant, like this type of tolerance also from al-Dhahabi. Then, if a great scholar among the Imams of knowledge has many correct opinions, is known for his diligence in seeking the truth, has vast knowledge, demonstrates intelligence, and is recognized for his piety, righteousness, and adherence to the faith, his mistakes should be forgiven. We do not declare him misguided, abandon him, or forget his virtues. Yes, we do not follow him in his innovations and errors, and we hope for his repentance from them. So, this is a statement of tolerance. Not hatred, not, okay, you have a different opinion, you have a different theological position, therefore we're going to cut you off, or we're going to have this hatred and civil war against you, and we're not going to ally with you. So you have many kinds of anti-sectarian statements coming from these great scholars in our past. As-Safarini says, Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah is divided into three groups: the Ahlul Hadith, their Imam is Ahmad ibn Hanbal; the Ash'aris, their Imam is Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari; and the Maturidis, their Imam is Abu Mansur al-Maturidi. So this is widening the scope of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, widening the tolerance. This is found. So this characterization that YASIR Qadhi makes is inaccurate. This is not a correct picture that he's painting. And with Ibn Taymiyyah in himself, even with the issue of istighatha, I would argue that Ibn Taymiyyah is very tolerant when it comes to istighatha, because people don't understand like what Ibn Taymiyyah was doing. What people say that Ibn Taymiyyah is more strict because he is expanding the scope of what is ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura, the things that are known with necessity in the religion. He's expanding this, and he's saying many things are ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura, including the fact that istighatha is shirk akbar. Like, this is known with certainty. So if you say something is known with certainty of the religion, what that means is rejecting it makes you a kafir. Rejecting something that's ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura means that you are a kafir. So if you just look at Ibn Taymiyyah and you say he's expanding what is ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura, the circle of what is ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura, then it would seem that would increase the amount of takfir that is happening. Just as a consequence, because you're expanding the things that are necessarily known of the religion, and there are going to be Muslims who don't accept those things. Therefore, there's going to be more takfir as a consequence, as a direct consequence of expanding the scope of what is ma'lum min ad-din bid-durura. So if you just stop the story there, you would think that Ibn Taymiyyah, yeah, he's actually increasing the amount of takfir, and that is causing more sectarianism, intolerance, etc. But this is an incorrect perception of Ibn Taymiyyah, because Ibn Taymiyyah, while he's expanding what is ma'lum min ad-din bid-durura, he's also expanding the concept of udhr bil jahl. He's also expanding this excuse for ignorance. And those two things cancel each other out. Those two things cancel each other out. Scholars prior to Ibn Taymiyyah, scholars who are in the four schools, the four madhahib, they have a smaller circle, or they have a smaller list of things that are ma'lum min ad-din bid-durura, but they also have a lower, they don't have as much of an excuse for ignorance that they will apply. They will be more clear cut that, okay, you're violating something that's ma'lum min ad-din bid-durura, regardless of you're ignorant or not, that means that you're out of Islam. But with Ibn Taymiyyah, yeah, he expands what is ma'lum min ad-din bid-durura more than what other scholars prior to him did, but he also expands udhr bil jahl, the excuse for ignorance, beyond what other scholars did. So it balances out. It balances out. The problem with the Wahhabis, the problem with Ibn Abdul Wahhab, is he takes Ibn Taymiyyah's expansion of what's ma'lum min ad-din bid-durura and expands it even more, and then completely ignores udhr bil jahl, completely ignores and disregards the excuse for ignorance. And so the result of that is maximum takfir, mass takfir of the ummah, which is what he did. Mass takfir the ummah and declared jihad against the ummah. So Ibn Abdul Wahhab takes the worst of both worlds, if you can use that turn of phrase, and that's why he's like the Khawarij. But the point was, the overall point, going back to Yasir Qadhi, is that he's mischaracterizing Ibn Taymiyyah and the so-called intolerance of Ibn Taymiyyah.
I'm not concerned about justifying or exonerating or defending or critiquing Ibn Taymiyyah's harshness. It's a fact. He felt the Ash'aris were a deviant school, but he was, in his personal life, soft upon them. That's the irony. In his writing, he was a bit harsh, right. But one-on-one dealing with the human element, he was very soft, very kind. When his opponent who wanted to get him jailed died, he actually visited the widow, gave them help, and said, I am here to help you in his loss. There's a humanity that is absent in his writings. And by the way, there's a whiff of this in the online world as well, that when the person becomes online, there you actually find Ibn Taymiyyah to be a very soft and gentle person one-on-one, but in the writings he was a little bit harsh. I would say you can find examples of much worse harshness in many other strands. But yes, I do agree with you that Ibn Taymiyyah took a very strict stance on what he deemed orthodoxy, and hence was very unsympathetic to any strand outside of his own. My simple question is, are we obliged to follow that level of strictness in our times? And I don't think we are.
What you described there of Islamic history,
no, that's a mischaracterization. He's describing like extreme strictness. Ibn Taymiyyah is extremely strict, and these other Ash'aris before, I mean, this is what the Wahhabis today will point out. They'll say that, yeah, well, you're calling for tolerance, but guess what? The Ahl Hadith, the students of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal and the students of his students, they're doing takfir of the Ash'aris and the Jahmiyyah and the Maturidis. So what? And the Ash'aris in turn were making takfir of the Ahl Hadith and the Hanbalis as well. It was make takfir and get takfired, back and forth. You know, that's what we want for our time. Like, that's what we're implementing in our time. That's what's required of us in Islam. And Yasir Qadhi is not really challenging that. He's agreeing, like, yeah, that is what the past has been like, and we need to transcend that past. We need to transcend that tradition. Why? What? On what basis? Like, what principled basis? He just makes a kind of vague appeal to tolerance, a vague appeal to maslahah. Like, this is not in the interests of the community, and we just have to be tolerant. The problem is he's not specifying principles for tolerance. So if we're tolerant, why don't we tolerate Ismailis? Why don't we tolerate, let's tolerate the Quranists. Let's tolerate whatever other deviant group that pops up. Let's just tolerate them. He's not actually giving us principles to specify on the basis of what previous scholars have said. He's just making his own principles. He's saying that, well, we have this idea of the kalima, and what he said, I won't repeat it, what he just said in the past 5 minutes. But this is just on the basis of his own vague notion of tolerance, not on the basis of a principled understanding of the nusus, not on the basis of what prior scholars have said about the circle of tolerance. When Imam Ghazali has Faisal al-Tafriqa, his work specifically on the bounds of what is within the fold of Islam and without the fold of Islam, that is a principled explanation of the bounds of Islamic tolerance that you see from Imam Ghazali. But the way that Yasir Qadhi is characterizing things is like, well, this tolerance actually didn't exist in the past. This tolerance, we have to bring, we're not bound by their intolerance in the past. We have to be tolerant today. We have to be anti-sectarian today. My criticism is that you're mischaracterizing the past. The anti-sectarian sentiment exists on a principled basis in the works of our greatest scholars. And to claim that Ibn Taymiyyah was somehow intolerant or hateful, this, even though he kind of walked it back a little bit, he said, well, maybe in his writings he was really intolerant and hateful, but in his personal life, this is a mischaracterization of Ibn Taymiyyah.
Sense sounds quite bleak. Are you saying that in the sort of the long durée of Islamic history, that the intolerance was stronger than the pluralism, or what is it, mostly a pluralistic, we were living through pluralistic eras and they were punctuated with periods of intolerance? Like, which way round was it when it comes to history?
No, I would say as a default, society tolerated pluralism,
right,
but there was always hostility at the intellectual level and rarely at the political level.
Okay,
one
good.
of the hallmarks of our civilization, in contrast to Christianity,
right,
we rarely went to war or even punished heretical views. It did happen once in a while, right? Hallaj was allegedly executed for certain views and whatnot. But if you wanted to count the number of people that were executed for heretical views, you can probably do so on the finger of one hand. I'm being a little bit more, but basically. In contrast to Christianity, which, as you're aware, its entire history is about battle after civil war, after heresy and whatnot. So I would say that, by and large, the lived reality of the Ummah was pluralistic, but you've always had pockets of people refuting one another, and once in a while, governments that endorse. So, for example, the Mu'tazilites, as you know, instituted the Mihna. Ibn Tumart and the Muwahhidun were extremely fanatical, and they actually, the Safavids, they forced 12ism. So again, this is an awkward topic, but this is factually, historically, what happened, that Sunnism was the dominant of Iran. Everybody knows this. Ghazali, Bukhari, all of them coming from Iran. As we're aware, the Safavids quite literally forced a lot of it via persecution. It's an awkward topic of history, right? But that's the exception. The norm was the society allowed a level of pluralism. Frankly, allow me to say this even, the average person, if he or she were to read Islamic history, they would be shocked at how open most of Islamic society was.
Explain that, yeah.
The prevalence of alcohol everywhere.
Right.
The prevalence of singing girls.
Whoa.
And singing girls means there's an implication, right? The prevalence of alternative lifestyles. Again, that's something shocking to the average person. Everybody knows. People knew it was there, but it wasn't like in the streets.
Right.
It's there. Everybody knows what it is, but it's there. No.
So now, like, he kind of self-reports, like he kind of indicates what this is all about. Because drinking alcohol and these singing girls as prostitutes or whatever, alternative lifestyles, what does that have to do with theology? What does that have to do with openness and pluralism? I thought we were talking about theology. I thought we were talking about the sifat of Allah and these kinds of secondary and tertiary academic aqidah debates. I thought that's what you were referring to. But then the examples that he's bringing is of drinking alcohol and an open society that it's like an open secret that all kinds of degeneracy is happening. So notice that subtle shift, that bait and switch that he does there. That's significant, as we'll see, because his whole point about this kind of tolerance, yeah, he's focused on theology, but he's using this idea of the intolerance of the past. We need to transcend that in our present for our modern conditions. What he wants to do is apply that to fiqh. What he wants to do is apply that to his reformism, that you need to tolerate when I come out with a new fiqh opinion about marriage or about student loans and riba. You need to tolerate that because we have to be tolerant. We can't be intolerant like this precedent, like this past. So that's why he's kind of shifting subtly into this more of the realm of fiqh as opposed to pure theology. But again, like the way he's characterizing it, that these scholars were intolerant in their ivory tower as academics and writing their books, but the people, the public, the Muslim public, they're actually quite open and pluralistic. Well, this is the perception that these scholars had as a default. I read you the Ibn Taymiyyah quote, and there are others. In fact, there's a whole collection that we are going to publish, inshallah, to show that the scholars said the default was, we do not want the lay Muslims to delve into these academic debates, these secondary aqidah issues. This is not something that should be discussed and debated because it causes conflict. It causes this division and fracturing that is bad for the Muslim ummah. So we don't preach and teach these aqidah issues. And this is contrary to what the Wahhabis say. The Wahhabis say, no, we have to focus on this. This should be the core of our da'wah, is to endlessly relitigate the sifat, endlessly relitigate istighatha, etc., etc. That's what the Wahhabis claim. But this is in contradiction to the actual statements of the Salaf, the actual statements of the Tabi'een, and the Tabi'een, and the actual statements of the scholars that they claim to respect, like Ibn Taymiyyah. So Yasir Qadhi, again, he's mischaracterizing and then saying that, it's an open secret. Society there was all this acceptance and tolerance for alternative lifestyles. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, it existed. Like, this is the stuff that liberals say. Like some of these LGBT activists, they say, oh, didn't you know that there are these poems that talk about man-boy love? Man-boy love. That means that it was rampant. Because I read it in a poem. There's this poem that's talking about the love that a man has for a boy. Therefore, this is LGBT was rampant. Alternative lifestyles are rampant. Like this is this thing that liberal reformers and liberal activists will say as a criticism of the conservative Muslims who are against LGBT, for example, or against feminism. But Yasir Qadhi is, adding fuel to that fire. He seems to give credibility to this. It's completely false. You can even, on the basis of, talk to your grandparents, or even your parents if they're old enough from the Muslim world, and ask them like, oh, was there like a predominance of alternative lifestyles, and were people just drinking alcohol in the streets? Like if you go back to these Muslim countries from 60, 70, 80 years ago, and they'll be shocked. They're like, no, like this is all new degeneracy that is coming to the Muslim world, coming to countries like Saudi Arabia, coming to countries like Egypt, to Morocco, to wherever. This is something we're very traditional societies abiding by all kinds of gender roles and Islamic morality. If things were happening, it wasn't discussed. It's a huge scandal. And it's limited to the dredges of society, to the dark corners that, not the mainstream, not on the street where everyone is aware of it, even if it's not even an open secret. This is something too scandalous. Just talk to your grandparents about this, or your parents, about what Muslim society was like just 70 years ago, 80 years ago. See if what Yasir Qadhi is saying is correct, that, there was a prevalence of alternative lifestyles in Islamic history. What are you talking about?
So the notion that many people have is that there was this idealistic utopia of the past, right? And that's because they haven't studied history. And that's because as well, some of our preachers painted the past in such romanticized terms. And of course, I'm against that, right? But yeah, so what humans are humans.
The historians are painting a romanticized picture. I mean, this is also like the liberal attack on religion. Liberalism is constantly wanting to attack history and paint history in the worst light. In fact, the historians, the histories that are coming from liberal academia, modern academia, have an incentive to paint the past in the worst light. For what reason? So that people will be disillusioned with the past and are going to be more willing to discard the past in order to adopt new ideas, new beliefs, new values. So there's an incentive structure to paint the past in this negative way. But when it comes to what Muslims value in terms of family values, being able to get married, have a family, live in a pure society, have a wonderful relationship with your children, have a Muslim community, like you can hear the call to prayer, you can go out in the street without being assaulted by these images of naked women and degeneracy and all of this. Like, yeah, that does characterize the past. Like, that's not a romantic fantasy world that has been invented by these romantic, starry-eyed Muslim fundamentalists. Like, that's actually true. Like, that's the basis of traditional society that existed, not just for Muslims, for other groups and religions as well. And that's all been destroyed. That's all been destroyed by a liberal modernity and this drive for progress. So it's interesting that YASIR Qadhi, and this is another pattern in his preaching, is to just attack Muslim history, the Muslim past, and paint it as somehow deficient and it's not as good as you might think. It's actually trash. It's actually alternative lifestyles were everywhere.
Humans are humans. In every society, you're going to have these types of evils. The point of Islamic society is we minimize its existence in the public sphere.
Right.
That's really the whole goal. And of course, you preach against its existence in the private, but we do not monitor the private spheres.
So on the subject of Ibn Taymiyyah, I mean, apart from...
It's false, by the way. Muslims do monitor the private sphere. Muslims do the state authority might not monitor the private sphere, but guess what? Who the other authorities that exist according to the Sharia? Your father, your brothers, your grandfather, your paternal male family members, your imam. Like, if they find out what you're doing at home in the private sphere, they're gonna have some harsh words for you, to say the least. And maybe they take matters into their own hands. And that's the thing that a modernist like YASIR Qadhi doesn't understand, or he doesn't appreciate, which is strange considering he considers himself a historian. But the structure of power in traditional societies are not so much top down, where you just have a police state that is monitoring and surveilling what everyone does. And if you violate the law or the Sharia, then the surveillance state is going to discover that and punish you by sending the police, the stormtroopers, to come and bust down your door. What are you doing in the privacy of your bedroom? Okay, that's haram. We're going to take you to prison. We're gonna lash you. We're gonna stone you. We bust down the door. And so YASIR Qadhi is saying that didn't happen. That's not in Islam. You can't do that. The Khalifa, he can't monitor what you do in the private space. So there's a kind of like laissez-faire attitude when it comes to the privacy of your own home. And when it came to the private sphere, then that's where the alternative lifestyles existed. That's where we had all of this drinking and whoring and whatever. And that's the ugly truth. We can't romanticize it. We can't romanticize it. Like, this is not actually correct. When you have a traditional society, guess who's in your house? Who else is in the private sphere? It's gonna be your wife. If you're not married, like, especially as a woman, you're gonna be living with your parents. And then when you're married, you're gonna go to the house of your husband. People are going to see like who's coming in and out of your house. Your relatives are going to see. Your neighbors are going to see. It's not like today. Today, everyone minds their own business. All the neighbors that you have, you might not even know your neighbor's name. You might have zero interaction with your neighbors. You have your family. Forget about your distant family. Even your closest family members, like your brothers and sisters, are living in a different city. Like, you have no contact with them. That's not how it was for the majority of Islamic history. Like, you're living in these massive, like, extended family networks with your cousins, your relatives, your aunts and uncles, and they're all in the same neighborhood. Like they all see like who's coming in and out of your house. If they're not actually in your house, they're not actually in your house, literally. Like I have family members that they have like they have so many children, like 10 children or more, and they all live in the same like house, and there's not that many rooms. Like it's like 2 or 3 people to a room, and so what privacy are you talking about? What privacy of your own home are you talking about? And everyone visits each other. Like relatives are every day. There's a relative who's coming to see you. You have these tea parties or dinner parties. It's like so social. It's so vibrant. It's so interconnected. It's just beautiful way of living. This is the beautiful way of living that's been lost in the modern world. Especially if you're a Muslim in the West, it's been lost. I mean, there are some communities that try to preserve it in the West in different pockets. But there's no, my point being, there's no privacy in the sense that a Western, like these atomized Westerners, products of secularism and modernity and modern technology, their concept of privacy didn't exist and wasn't really feasible in the pre-modern past in these traditional societies. So, you know, YASIR Qadhi again is making a mistake in his characterization, and he's fine. Like he doesn't know the history, or he has a very simplistic understanding of Muslim societies historically. But there's a reason that he is making this kind of distinction, or he's making this kind of claim, because he wants to push Muslims to take a libertarian attitude towards morality. He wants Muslims to take a kind of libertarian, like live and let live attitude. Like, of course we can't have an Islamic state, like a nation that implements the Islamic the Sharia. Of course we can't have that. That's his ultimate goal, or that's the agenda here. So it's not like just a innocent mistake that he's making.
Possible perceived intolerance, and alhamdulillah, you've placed it within a broader context, a historical context. There is a claim that he was a very controversial figure because he injected a form of literalism into Islamic fiqh, which historically, especially when we think about the four madahib, was absent. I mean, is that a fair observation of his theory?
I don't think so at all.
Right.
I believe the literalism, you can at least say maybe in the attributes he was more inclined towards the literalist side.
Yeah.
But in terms of fiqh, if anything, he was one of the revivers. Right. In the sense, he's actually, in his time frame, there was quite a lot of hostility about breaking away from the madhabs. There was an ossification that you should follow one of the 4 schools. And Ibn Taymiyyah was actually one of the main, and there was a lot of animosity trying to accuse the other schools of being deviant. So we're talking about theological deviations and heresies. There were pockets of Islamic history where accusations of heresy were very common against other schools of law. These simplistic mantras that our modern Muslims say, oh, there are 4 orthodox schools of Sunni Islam. People need to understand, these are contested mantras. These are contested and constructed slogans, right? And we might just pass them around as if they're factually correct. Firstly, they're not, because even to this day, people don't agree with this. And secondly, in the past, that was not the case. There were plenty of times where the notion was, and as you're aware, there are even fatwas about not marrying between the schools of law, you know, and there's fatwas about, angry fatwas about the prayer not being valid behind other people's madhabs, right? This is well known. That's not, so Ibn Taymiyyah comes along, far from being a literist in that regard, he actually writes one of his most useful books that serves as a template for Shah Waliullah. And that is, Ibn Taymiyyah writes, Raf' al-Malam A'immat al-A'lam, raising the blame and criticism from the great scholars. And it is a defense of all 4 madhabs. Like all 4 have a reason why they said it. And they're all trying to reach the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. Right. This was a unique book that is actually in defense of the 4 schools, right? And Shah Waliullah comes along and expands it in his Hujjatullah al-Baligha. And a lot of it is basically, again, trying to empathize. Why did the Shafi'i say what did they say? Why did the Hanafi say what they say? So I do not agree at all with this crass stereotype. Ibn Taymiyyah was a defender of a vibrancy of Islamic law. You could accuse him, yes, of being more of a literalist in the sifat, but he's not inventing it. He's going back to the earlier Hanbali tradition, as I explained in my book.
So I want to understand.
Yeah, so I think that it's not Ibn Taymiyyah that coined or initiated this kind of tolerance for the madhab, amongst the madhab. YASIR Qadhi is correct that if you go to a certain point of history early enough, there was takfir. Like the Ahl al-Hadith were takfiring the Hanafis. They were takfiring Abu Hanifa, for example. They were even takfiring Imam Bukhari, Imam Muslim, Imam Tabari. They were takfiring, like there was this kind of what we consider now, looking back, as intra-Sunni takfir within the schools. And it was going both ways. The other side was takfiring the Ahl al-Hadith. But you have the Ahl al-Hadith like takfiring on the basis of, well, they're rejecting certain hadith. Ahad hadith, they're rejecting hadith regarding the sifat of Allah, or hadith describing Allah with certain characteristics, like Allah having certain body parts or certain characteristics. They were, if you reject these ahad hadith, then you're a kafir. You're basically a jahmi. You're falling into this deviance and this kufr. And so, yeah, Yasir Qadhi is correct. But again, there was evolution. It's not like that happened in the 9th century, and then Ibn Taymiyyah comes along in the 14th century, and or the 13th century, and he changes things. No, those developments away from this constant intra-Sunni takfir, this was before Ibn Taymiyyah came onto the scene. And it's significant that Ibn Taymiyyah was a Hanbali, because as a Hanbali, the Hanbalis were in general more tolerant. I put that in scare quotes, because tolerance meaning like, yeah, you can pray behind an imam of a different school, for example. Like, that's a Hanbali position. Why did Hanbalis have this position? Because Hanbalis historically were the smallest in number. They were the minority in terms of demographics, in terms of size, compared to the Hanafis, the Shafis, and the Malikis. So the Hanbalis were very pragmatic, even prior to Ibn Taymiyyah, that, yeah, you can partake in, praying behind a imam of another school. Whereas the Hanafis would say, no, you have to pray behind a Hanafi. Shafis would say, no, you have to pray behind a Shafi. By the way, I would say that the nature of that kind of fiqh position wasn't sectarian so much as practical. Like, practically, why should you as a Hanafi pray behind a Hanafi, or why you as a Hanafi should only marry a Hanafi, or a Shafi should only marry a Shafi? Those arguably were on the basis of practicalities of fiqh, because it becomes very impractical if you are a Shafi man and your wife is a Hanafi, or vice versa, because of certain practicalities. It wasn't necessarily on a sectarian basis. So, I'm not saying that Yasir Qadhi doesn't know this. I'm sure that he is aware of this. But maybe he just didn't have time to flesh it out in this way. But I think it's important to keep in mind.
I mean, again, the West tends to, especially post 9/11, they tend to use Salafism as a catch-all term to imply radicalism or fanaticism or fundamentalism. And Ibn Taymiyyah becomes a key figure in the conversation about Salafism and about jihadism, as we know, right? And often they paint Ibn Taymiyyah in a very sort of crude way. I mean, from what you're saying, this is a highly intelligent, literate man. He's writing lots of books and tackling subjects. Yes, he's got some intolerances and got some blind spots, but here's a person who's an academic in today's terminology. I mean, is that a fair?
I don't think anybody can deny that.
Really?
I believe so there are many trends of Islam. The Salafi trend, as I document in my book, from the pre-modernity up until modernity, it is, I think, factually correct to state that they were not blessed with any figure as intelligent and as erudite and as well-read and as well-articulated and as polymathic, really, in his entirety than Ibn Taymiyyah. I mean, just look at the sheer scope of his writings, right? He's talking about all the different groups. He writes one of the most academic refutations of medieval Christianity. He's read the works of the Christians, right? And he writes, Al-Jawab al-Sahih ala man baddala ad-din al-Masih, a 9-volume or 10-volume book about the correct response to those who changed the religion of Jesus. And this is a book that is way ahead of its time. He's understood the evolution of Christian theology. Look at how the title of the book, Those Who Changed the Religion of the Messiah. And he's one of the first of the Hanbali strand to have understood Kalam al-Falsafa, to have understood Ibn Arabi, to have understood Ibn Sina. And of course, he strongly disagrees. There's no sympathy, but he's refuting based upon a knowledge and awareness, not just simplicity. So as for the simplistic perception of Ibn Taymiyyah as being a jihadist, unfortunately, this is due to a quirk of history, which I go into also in the book, which is that a number of so Ibn Taymiyyah, of course, passed away in the early 8th century. His thought lived for generations to come, for centuries to come, and it found iterations in various people. But as with all figures, when another person discovers them, there's always a reinterpretation, right? Nobody can be purely Ghazalian in our times. a lover of Ghazali, an admirer of Ghazali, would take Ghazali and then become a modern Ghazali, right? And with their own. So Ibn Abdul Wahhab comes along and believes that he is reviving Ibn Taymiyyah. But of course, in the process, he reinvents him as well. And a part of what he does is he brings a militancy that was absent by and large from Ibn Taymiyyah. I say by and large because there's one exception to that rule. Ibn Taymiyyah never fought against fellow Muslims. He fought against the Mongols, the grandson of Genghis Khan, right? Hulagu. Of course, the problem comes, we as mainstream Muslims don't blink twice. Of course, he fought against Hulagu. The problem comes, non-Muslims say, but Hulagu, claimed to be a Muslim, or at least his, segments of his army claimed to be Muslim, right? So by the time, sorry, not Hulagu, sorry, I mean, the grandson of Genghis Khan, who attacked Damascus. Sorry, the name is, I'm jet lagged, by the way, for the record, so if I make a mistake, it's because of I just arrived a few hours ago. But the fact is that they claim to be nominally Muslim. Now, Ibn Taymiyyah gave the famous fatwa against the Mongols, which is well known, and he said, they are not Muslim even if they claim to be Muslim. This fatwa was never given to Sufis, even to Shia, it was given to the army of the Mongols simply because there was no salah or siyam or zakah. There was no Islam at all. So Ibn Taymiyyah said these are people claiming Islam for political purposes. And he gave his famous fatwa, even if they claim to be Muslim, they're not Muslim. Now that fatwa is not that controversial. Unfortunately, after the revival of Ibn Abdul Wahhab and a number of iterations came along, in the 60s and 70s, movements in Egypt used that fatwa against fellow Egyptians and the government of Egypt. They found that fatwa and they interpreted it and they applied it in their context. And that it spawned off a series of jihadist movements, right? Resulting in the assassination of Anwar Sadat. That was one of those movements. That's basically a semi-admirer of Ibn Taymiyyah, right? Juhayman, who overthrew the Kaaba as well, again, following from that strand as well. Al-Qaeda as well, ISIS as well. All of these different movements that are causally linked to one another, there is a tapping into a Taymiyyan thought.
Right.
I would argue that tapping in is reinterpreted to the point of it becoming completely unique to them. Nonetheless, from the outsider's perspective, they seem to be in the trajectory. You see what I'm saying? They're quoting Ibn Taymiyyah, and they are theologically from the Taymiyyan school when it comes to God's attributes, when it comes to Qadr. So they're coming from that school, hence the perception that Ibn Taymiyyah is a jihadist fanatic. In his life, he never, ever physically fought against fellow Muslims, nor did he ever give the declaration of takfir or whatnot. So I would say this is a reality that is more due to quirks of history than to actually Ibn Taymiyyah's thought.
But are they also making reference to Ibn Wahhab, Ibn Abdul Wahhab, who had a particular view towards, in particular, the Ottomans? And my understanding is that his view was that the Ottomans had committed kufr in many respects.
Yes. So obviously, I jumped over this to get to Qaeda and ISIS. Obviously. Where are these people getting this misinterpretation of Ibn Taymiyyah from? It is through Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab.
Right. So he is the filter.
I would argue, of course, his followers would disagree.
Right.
And this is one of the contentious issues with what I am saying and what they say. But I think history is very clear. I think there's really, to be factual, there should be no two opinions about this issue. This is an incontrovertible statement that Ibn Abdul Wahhab and his immediate followers and his descendants and the first Saudi states viewed the Ottoman Empire to be a paganistic empire that is outside the fold of Islam as a default. This is something that is crystal clear, actually in his own writings.
Really?
And in the writings and epistles of his own children and grandchildren, they write treatises in which they discuss the verdict, not of the Ottoman Empire, because that's a given, the verdict of those tribes that refused to fight with them against the Ottomans. Their verdict was they are kuffar because they have refused to fight against the kafir. This is like the chain takfir that happens here, right? So I think it is not controversial at all to say historically, but unfortunately, as the book demonstrates, and I've spoken about this in other interviews, there has been a reinterpretation and a sanitization of the image of the founder, which has caused the modern followers, by and large, to say, no, he was not a takfiri jihadi. To which I say, as I've said multiple times, actually it's good that they're reinterpreting, and it's good that they're reimagining, because we don't want them to follow the original teachings. And we'd much rather that they have a romanticized version. But factually speaking, ISIS is tapping into the original thought more than many of the biological descendants and the ministers and the teachers of that movement of our times.
Sheikh Yasir,
what he's saying is accurate and correct. If you want to see the details presented, like in a timeline with all the quotations and citations. Watch our Wahhabism documentary. Go through that, dedicate a couple of days to watch that piece by piece, and you'll see all of the evidence that this is what Ibn Abdul Wahhab was preaching. He did takfir the Ottoman Caliphate. He did takfir masses of Muslims even outside the Ottoman Caliphate. So if you want the details of that, go watch. But it's interesting how he's making a distinction. He's saying that, well, the Wahhabis, the people who are, or he's not using the word Wahhabis, but the people who are following Ibn Abdul Wahhab today, they sanitize this history. That's true to a certain extent. They do sanitize, but it still comes out in other ways. So like someone like Farid, that we discussed earlier in the program, he's not going to come out and follow Ibn Abdul Wahhab and mass takfir all non-Wahhabi Muslims, so-called Muslims. Farid is not going to do that. But when you look at Farid's behavior and you look at what Farid actually endorses of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, then you can see that actually the underlying belief that he has has a lot in common with Ibn Abdul Wahhab's mass takfir. There is a lot there that is in common. And this actually came out in Farid's response to the Wahhabism documentary. In part of the Wahhabism documentary, he's defending Ibn Abdul Wahhab, and he's saying, yeah, what's wrong here? Ibn Abdul Wahhab was completely right. Like, he's justified in going after these pagan mushriks. So that comes out, like, and a lot of Wahhabis, it comes out, like, they have this kind of schizophrenia where they'll say, no, Ibn Abdul Wahhab didn't mass takfir anyone. He didn't mass takfir the ummah. He wasn't that radical. You're lying upon our Imam. You're lying upon Shaykh al-Islam, Ibn Abdul Wahhab. They'll say that on the one hand, but on the other hand, they'll turn around and say, yeah, but there was this massive, this widespread shirk that was taking place. There were all these pagans. There were all these mushriks, and therefore that's why Ibn Abdul Wahhab was going to war against them. And that's justified. So which is it? Which is it? You can't have your cake and eat it too. Like, these are contradictory things. And that comes out with what a lot of these Wahhabis, they're schizophrenic about it, or they know the truth and they practice taqiyya. They hide the truth about it, of this mass takfir. And it happens, like, I confront a lot of these Wahhabis on Twitter. Like, they want to criticize me on X, Y, or Z. I say, isn't it true that the Ash'aris, all the Ash'aris and all the Maturidis, aren't they all kuffar? Aren't they all disbelievers? Like, why don't you be honest and explicitly state that they're kuffar? And they run away. Like, they avoid saying it. Only like smaller accounts, like smaller anonymous accounts, will come out and say it fully. There was that time Jake came out and fully stated it and said that, yeah, this is the standard position of the Atharis, that the Ash'ira and the Maturidis are kuffar, like, and they deserve to be killed. Like, it's very rare that they come out and explicitly state it, but that's under the surface. So even if they have whitewashed Wahhabism and Ibn Abdul Wahhab, it's still there. And it comes out in these ugly ways, like when Farid and Jake attack me against David Wood in my debate against David Wood. They come and criticize me. Like, it comes out like where their loyalties actually lie. So I think that Yasir Qadhi is overstating it, that the Wahhabis have moved past their Khariji-like roots.
Until now, we've talked about Salafism that may be intolerant and may have created groups like ISIS and groups that have rightly or wrongly interpreted the works of Ibn Taymiyyah. But of course, we've also got a strand of Salafism that is pretty quietist, that obeys the rulers, even if the rulers commit all sorts of harm against the Muslim ummah, who accept the authoritarianism of these governments and states, and say, even if they steal your money and whip your back, we should accept their government and accept their rule, right? You had a scholar who went on TV and said, even if the ruler commits fornication in front of everyone, we should obey him, right, and praise him. Where does that strand come from then?
So one of the aspects of Salafism, and
he's referring to the Madkhalis.
before I move there, I'd just like to state also for the record, obviously because the questions we're always talking about these negative aspects, every movement has its positives. So I must point out
that's true.
Salafism has a lot of positives, right? And we should always praise the good and try our best to minimize the evil.
Well, I was going to come to that. I may have to come to that earlier because
Okay.
actually so many of my friends are, I suppose, Salafi, right? At least they come from Salafi school and they're very good Muslims.
Yes, exactly. So let's be clear here. That's one of the problems talking about a movement or whatnot. We're not intending to constantly bash whatnot. Salafis produce the most academic Muslims without a doubt. No strand of Islam competes with them when it comes to the average layperson of that movement is more aware of the classical sciences, more aware of the names of great scholars, more aware of the evidences of what they say. Salafism is essentially an academic discourse, right? It prioritizes classical traditions and books and emphasizes learning, rigorous learning. Now,
I agree, like when it comes to Salafis, because I always make the distinction between Salafis and Wahhabis. And I say that, well, the Salafi, what I consider to be a Salafi is actually those Muslims who are following the Athari school. They stick closely to the teachings of Imam Ahmad, Ibn Taymiyyah, the traditionalists. They're traditionalists, as opposed to the Wahhabis, who they prioritize the teachings of Ibn Abdul Wahhab and all the garbage that comes with that. When it comes to that group, that secondary group, I disagree that they're learned. I disagree that they're well read and that they go through the classical texts. They don't, actually. They're quite ignorant, and most of their knowledge comes from pamphlets or like from the fatwa of a handful of modern scholars coming from Saudi. Like, that's the limitations of their knowledge. They don't actually go to the works of fiqh. They don't actually go to the classical works of theology. If they did, they would realize that their Wahhabism is trash, and they would throw it away. And that's what happens. Like when there's a kind of trajectory that when Wahhabis starting out as Wahhabis, then they go and actually learn the Islamic tradition. They go read what some of these scholars have said historically, and how, unlike what Wahhabism teaches, they're not categorizing all of these different actions as being shirk. For example, slaughtering for someone other than Allah, or making tawaf around a grave, for example, or making oaths and swearing by other than Allah. When you look at the classical works of fiqh, you don't see these within the Shafi'i school, or the Hanafi school, or the Maliki school, or the Hanbali school. You don't see them saying this is shirk. This is automatically considered shirk and you're a mushrik. They say it's haram, that's haram or it's makruh, and they condemn it and they discourage it, but they don't necessarily say that that's shirk. So if you as a Wahhabi are reading this and you're taking the standards of Ibn Abdul Wahhab that he spells out in Nawaqidul Islam, the nullifiers of Islam, that if someone is doing shirk or doesn't consider shirk to be shirk, then that person is a kafir, this chain takfir principle, then you have to do takfir of these imams. You have to do takfir of Imam Nawawi. You have to do takfir of Imam al-Buhuti, for example, in the Hanbali school, or whoever else, al-Ramli in the Shafi'i school. You have to make takfir of them according to the principles of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. So then that Wahhabi at that point has to make a choice. Do I go with Ibn Abdul Wahhab, or do I and make takfir of all of these scholars? Basically, I have to takfir of the 4 Sunni schools and all of their ulama. Or do I abandon Ibn Abdul Wahhab? I abandon this and I become a traditional Muslim, a traditional Sunni Muslim. And in most cases, the Wahhabi will leave Wahhabism and throw Ibn Abdul Wahhab in the trash bin. The Wahhabis that don't do that just do taqiyya. The Wahhabis who read that history and they know, they secretly believe that, yeah, these are all kuffar, all of these 4 madhahib are kuffar, then they do taqiyya. They don't talk about it. They don't actually elaborate their position on these schools being just kufr, sheer kufr. So that's what you see. So when you see these Wahhabi influencers, just have that in your mind. This Wahhabi influencer, there's only 2 options. He is either ignorant of Islamic history, he's ignorant of the 4 madhahib and the works of fiqh, or he isn't ignorant, he knows, and he considers them all to be kuffar, but he's doing taqiyya. He's not openly stating that. He's not openly making that explicit. Only those 2 options. When it comes to the Salafis, what I'm describing as Salafis is those who they don't have anything to do with Ibn Abdul Wahhab, but they care about the Athari school of Aqidah and Imam Ahmad and Ibn Taymiyyah. Then yeah, there are many knowledgeable, good Muslims on that side of the spectrum, and we should support them and work to red pill them on Ibn Abdul Wahhab insofar as they are not aware of these problems.
Bring up the issue of quietism and pacifism, and I need to point out, Salafism is of course a very broad strand, and within the umbrella there are many pockets, and the problem comes, you cannot even simply categorize, because as with all nuances, it's a spectrum. So you can have a Salafi who has quietism in some aspects and perhaps is guilty of other aspects or positive in other aspects. Every person combines all of these different aspects of the Salafi spectrum. If you want it to be simplistic, you could say, if you look at it merely from the lens of politics, let's ignore everything else, Salafis have an entire spectrum. You have those Salafis, I would say the bulk of them, that attempt to be apolitical. And I would say as a modern movement, this is the default.
Really?
This is the default. They don't want to even vote.
Yes.
They don't want to get involved in politics. They don't want to talk for or bad against the rulers. Just ignore them and get involved with your personal piety, your rituals, your dress code, your teaching and preaching. This is the bulk of Salafism. And because of this, by and large, one of the frustrating things we have is that Salafis are so apolitical that they're actually, not concerned about, change via politics, right? Which I personally believe is a mistake. I believe change should also be via politics. But that's, I would say, the bulk. A second category of Salafis is what you have explained, which is not just not quietists, but actually supporting the rulers. Yeah. This strand, I would say, can be divided into two. And in my book, I go into details in this. The first of them are those who do not make this the core of their identity and typically view it as being the lesser of two evils and not like a religious obligation.
Yeah.
And they would say opening the door for criticizing the ruler and calling for rebellion causes chaos in society. And I would say this is the position of the senior clergy that was associated with the governments in the Middle East, especially in the 90s. They didn't make this a key point of theology. They didn't constantly use Quran and Sunnah. It was rather, this is a part of our tradition and it's better for us to do so. And the emphasis is not on the ruler and obedience to the ruler. I would say we can find this from the great giants of the 90s, Sheikh bin Baz and Sheikh al-Albani even though he would be more apolitical, but still no rebellion, and Sheikh Uthaymeen. This is clearly their default. This is the second strand, this is the first strand within obedience. The second strand makes this a key point of doctrine, theology. Hence, if you go against it, you are a heretic in the eyes of God. Yeah. This strand has been given different names, whether they're called Jamis or Madkhalis. This was the strand that considered obedience to the ruler as a primary token of piety in the eyes of God. And this is the strand that has been given a little bit of impetus. But dare I say, don't assume that social media is representative of their quantity.
Right.
You understand, and I understand, that there are forces at play. By and large, this strand has always been minimal in the real world, right? So this is what we call the Jamis and Madkhalis. Then there's another strand. They were the politically active. And this is what's called the Sahwa movement. Where in that strand, they didn't want to rebel against the ruler, but neither were they happy with the ruler. And they wanted reform from within. They wanted to change policies without changing the ruler by allowing the ruler to accept input from the people and the masses. Basically a type of shura or a democracy or something of this nature. Maybe they didn't even call it democracy, but they said at least representative of you're ruling over us, so listen to what we have to say, right? And then you have, of course, on the other opposite side, you have those who rebelled and said this is not a legitimate ruler and we have to fight against them. And one of the beginning strands that did this was Juhayman ibn Sayf al-Utaybi in 1979, when he rebelled against the king, said that the king is outside the fold of Islam, and took the Kaaba hostage in the name of Islam. He stopped the tawaf, and of course I've given lectures about this as well. So we've had the entire spectrum of Salafism. And we need to be careful to understand that.
I think that's correct. I think that's a good summary. And obviously also Qadi himself was involved. Like he wasn't, it's not like he's just studying this from a removed standpoint. Like he was in Saudi, he was studying at the Islamic University of Medina, he was studying with some of these figures that he's mentioned, interacting with them. He probably saw the evolution, and he was also affiliated with some of these strands himself, obviously, particularly like Madkhalis. So that he's speaking partly from firsthand experience. But it's interesting that the way he characterizes Salafism and the problems that he has with Salafism. The way I would characterize it is more like he has a problem with Wahhabism, but he characterizes it as this intolerant. It's the intolerance that's a problem. It's the intolerance, and the intolerance is bad for the ummah. It's contrary to the maslahah. And so that sounds like what Daniel is saying. Seems like Yasir Qadhi and Daniel have the same position on this, but it's not the same, because he's making an appeal to tolerance and this kind of maslahah argument, and he's painting, it's not just the Wahhabis who are intolerant, these strands of Salafism that are intolerant. He says that this is actually the default, like this kind of hatred and animosity and takfiring and fighting between groups. This is something endemic to the Islamic tradition, and we have to transcend that in our time. That's why, like, when I speak about Wahhabism, I'm making a very strong distinction. I'm saying that the Wahhabis are deviants. The Wahhabis are not a part of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. The Wahhabis are Khawarij. Do you hear Yasir Qadhi like making these types of statements? Like, do you see him making these kinds of claims against the Wahhabis? I don't really see it. I don't see that kind of criticism coming from him, actually. And there's a reason for that, because he wants to lump the Wahhabis in with the rest of Sunnis, the rest of traditional Sunnis. And he has the same criticism of intolerance, closed-mindedness, being stuck in a bubble, not being able to think outside the box, not being able to think outside these bubbles of Aqidah. He has the same criticism for all of Sunnism, not just the Wahhabis. That's why it doesn't sound, he's not very harsh when he's specifically talking about Wahhabis, because that's what he thinks about all of the other Sunni groups. My critique is that no, Wahhabis are a category all of their own. They are Ahlul Bid'ah. They are a deviant group. They are contradicting the principles of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, and they should be viewed as deviants who are contradicting the majority of the Sunni tradition. So this is a very important and significant difference, even though it might be a little bit subtle if you're not paying attention. But again, the reason that he's making his approach to Wahhabism is to serve his wider reform agenda.
These are not defining characteristics. One could quite as easily take this spectrum, copy and paste it onto Sufism, copy and paste it onto Deobandism, copy and paste it on other strands as well. You know, quietist, apolitical, supporting the rulers, but not as a point of faith, but policy, supporting the rulers as a point of faith, right? And you find the same spectrum in other strands as well.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. Now, earlier on, you talked about the potential Salafi critique of Muslim society centuries after, the revelation, and that is the ossification of fiqh and the ossification of into four schools of thought and the sort of slightly let's call it partisanship when it comes to the schools of thinking. And so I'm a Hanafi and I'm not going to listen to the Shafi'i and whatever. Now, is there an argument from your perspective now that critique in some senses is probably quite true? The ossification of fiqh and the reduction of fiqh to four schools of thought and the closing of the doors of ijtihad, maybe that's apocryphal, I don't know, but the idea that you can't renew fiqh because all of the known questions have been answered by the imams of the four schools of thought. Is that a sensible criticism, regardless of where Salafism leads you, or at least some strands of Salafism lead you? Is that a sensible criticism?
Personally, I agree that it is a sensible criticism.
Yeah.
I don't believe that following one of the four schools of law is obligatory in the eyes of Allah. But I do believe that it is sensible and safer for the average layperson to stick to a recognized school, simply because the average layperson does not have the requisite tools via which to navigate the controversy over fiqh. And the problem comes between theory and reality. There is a massive divide. Theory would say, why stick to one school? You should just take every issue and look at it in its, in its manifestations, weigh the pros and cons. Realistically, what happens is you get a free for
Weigh the pros and cons. Did you catch that? Look at every issue, balance things, and weigh the pros and cons. Like, that's his approach to fiqh. That's what this is the wasati paradigm. This is the wasati approach to the sharia. You just weigh the pros and cons. It's just maslaha mursala. What is going to be what's going to maximize the public benefit? So again, I remind you, if you want to know in depth the wasatiyah, the history of that, and why it is incorrect and why it's distorting Islam, go watch the episode that I did on it about Yasir Qadhi and wasatiyah. But he kind of reveals, he self-reports here that what he thinks is fiqh is just weighing the pros and cons.
For all the market. The average lay user, in the end of the day, suppose I don't know anything about fiqh, and you ask me a question. If I log on to Google, if I ask 10 people, I will get 10 different answers. In most modern issues, I will get at least 3-4 answers. How will I judge? Realistically, since I do not have the tools, I will either A, follow appeal to authority, emotional, or B, follow my desires. Because of this lived reality, understandably, traditionalist-minded, madhab-based scholars say, look at the problem with do-it-yourself fiqh. Let us shut that door and require the average layperson to follow one of the 4 schools, because at least the 4 schools are tried and tested.
Right.
At least the 4 schools have a history. They have an entire encyclopedic references. They have a systematically developed fiqh that is not going to lead them astray. And I sympathize with that. So I do say for the layperson, it is good for them that they should follow a recognized school. That having been said, to say that it is therefore impermissible for the qualified person to break away, I would say no. And I have many examples. In other lectures I've given them.
The qualified person, meaning me, the qualified person, meaning me, not the layperson. The layperson, yeah, for practical reasons, you need to follow a madhab. But for the qualified person who can weigh the pros and the cons, like me, the mujtahid, then of course I'm not going to follow the madhab, any madhab. I follow my rational evaluation of the evidence, obviously. So look at how he's setting things up here. And it's so crazy. It's like so insane that he considers himself or anyone today to match the level of fiqh of the schools, the madhab, such that they can be an alternative, for people to follow. And like it's just, let's let him talk some more, because I have a lot to say on this.
Ibn Taymiyyah's fatwa of the triple divorce.
Right.
This is a simple example. All 4 schools have the triple divorce in them, right? That if a man says, for whatever reason, 3 times, I divorce you, all 4 schools have agreed that permanently the woman becomes haram upon him. And Ibn Taymiyyah argued this goes against the Sharia. And you cannot break up marriages, the evidences are against it, and this and that. And Ibn Taymiyyah single-handedly says against the 4 schools, you are wrong. And in our modern times, how many men act foolishly, and they shouldn't act like this. And they just in their anger say, talaq, 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 right? And children's lives are, messed up. Marriages of decades are broken apart. Yes, the man was foolish, but does the Sharia actually say triple divorce is the end? Just simply verbalizing in anger. Most madhab would say that. So I would argue, when you act, and I have many other examples as well. I have a whole lecture and a long online article about, let's say, definition of a musafir. You want to be literalist, the 4 schools have a number, how much you travel. Ibn Taymiyyah is like, well, let's think about not just a number, because a number, varies from time to place, okay?
Yeah. All right, so let's look at what he's doing here. He's painting this picture of, you have the 4 schools, and the word ossified has been used. Ossified means like rigid in a way that's not correct. The rigidity in a problematic way. These schools are ossified. And then you have a maverick who comes along, Ibn Taymiyyah. The open thinker. He has the bravery and the open-mindedness. And he says, no, we will not go with the 4 schools. Actually, triple talaq. That should count as 1 talaq, not 3. And he was a maverick. He came and he opposed. So a couple of things that you can say to this characterization by Yasir Qadhi. Number 1, Ibn Taymiyyah was a mujtahid within the Hanbali school. Ibn Taymiyyah, compare Ibn Taymiyyah to anyone who is alive today, let alone Yasir Qadhi. Like, compare, is there anyone who is at the level of Ibn Taymiyyah to be considered not a mujtahid mutlaq, like an absolute mujtahid, to be able to do ijtihad at that level, but just ijtihad within his school? He's considered a mujtahid within the Hanbali school, an authority within the Hanbali school, recognized within the Hanbali school. So that is there anyone who reaches that kind of level of erudition, knowledge of the Quran, the Sunnah, the Islamic tradition? Is there anyone who reaches that level in our day? Obviously not. Obviously not. Let alone YASIR QADHI, who apparently presumes himself to be at the level where this kind of comparison makes sense to him. That Ibn Taymiyyah is coming up with these rulings that are defying the four schools. So why can't I? Like that's the subtext of what he's saying. So that's point number one. Point number two, like the whole characterization that he's giving is incorrect in the sense that every scholar, all of these major scholars who are at the level of being a mujtahid within the school, or even mujtahid mutlaq, they all have certain peculiar, unique, idiosyncratic rulings that are specific to them that contradict what the majority of the scholars elsewhere have said in the other schools. Even Abu Hanifa, for example. Abu Hanifa, there are opinions that are unique to him, that even the other Hanafi scholars, they did not agree with Abu Hanifa on a certain position, or let alone the other schools. So, for example, can a woman get married without a wali? Abu Hanifa says yes, in certain cases, in certain conditions. A woman who is divorced, who has been divorced, for example, she doesn't need a wali for her marriage, to get remarried. Other schools disagree. Other schools of the other madhahib, and even many of the Hanafi scholars, say that no, you do need a wali. Having the wali, the approval of the wali, is a condition for the nikah to be valid. So we can talk about Imam Abu Hanifa as, he was a maverick. All the schools said you have to have a wali, but Imam Abu Hanifa came along and he said, no, actually it's not needed. You can play this game with any major scholar, where they have like a very specific, idiosyncratic, unique view that's unique to them. The fact that these unique positions exist don't undermine the authority of the madhahib of these schools. It reinforces them, because these are the exceptions that prove the rule. These are exceptions that prove the rule. But YASIR QADHI, this is contrary to his program. It's contrary to his agenda. He wants to cite these examples as, see, we have examples of breaking the trend, breaking the consensus, going beyond the ossified schools. Like, that's the way that he wants to spin it, because he wants to reform. He wants to introduce these kinds of opinions in fiqh based on his ijtihad. And what's his ijtihad? It's just weighing the pros and the cons.
Other aspects as well. The four schools, by and large, say that, for example, a wife who falls sick, she needs to pay for her own medication, or her father needs to pay for it, right? And I mean, or for example, one modern issue is alimony. A man divorces his wife after 20 years for no reason. That's the key point. For no reason, there's no legitimate reason. Classical fiqh would basically say the mahar plus a nominal gift, whatever, right? Can we rethink through and say, hold on a sec. If she was a stay-at-home and she sacrificed for the kids, now that the man has wealth and just wants to discard and get another lady, that's his right to do that. But surely she also deserves dignity. Can we rethink through and say, hold on a sec, if certain conditions are met, should he not be liable for an alimony, right? Again, we keep on,
So alimony, and this is why I was calling him out on Twitter, and this is not the first time he's proposing this. Again, alimony, for those of you who don't know, it's something based in Western law, that it's based on feminism. It's coming out of feminism, that when a man and a woman get divorced, that the husband should continue supporting the ex-wife financially through alimony payments, like monthly stipends that he pays. And depending on what his income is. So if he makes a certain level of income, $1,000 per month as alimony to the ex-wife. And as long as she stays single and doesn't remarry, those alimony payments continue. So it's in perpetuity. This is pure feminism. So look at how YASIR QADHI wants to now introduce this into Islam. This is not something that no scholar has ever considered, because they would understand this as theft. You are stealing from a man's wealth, she has no right to that. After their divorce, she has no right to his wealth, let alone regular payments in perpetuity as alimony. There is no scholar who considered this or approved this, but Yasir Qadhi says, well, this is something that we need in our modern conditions. We should rethink. We should think about, that poor Muslim woman, that poor mother. She was a stay-at-home mom for years, taking care of those children. And doesn't she deserve dignity? Doesn't she deserve some dignity? So maybe we need to rethink fiqh, because this husband, he divorces her for no reason. He's just a pig. He just abandons the mother of his children, who dedicated years of her youth and her health to raising children as a stay-at-home mom. And then for no reason, she dumps him. He dumps her like trash. Doesn't she deserve alimony? Doesn't she deserve something, some dignity? This is the way Yasir Qadhi and all of his weird opinions, his deviations in fiqh, his reform, they all have this model. Like he gives you a sob story. He did the same thing with calculations, when he's talking about the calculating the beginning of the month of Ramadan or the end of Ramadan. When is Eid? We have to use calculations. We can't rely on moon sighting. He gives this sob story, like, the Muslims are constantly fighting over the beginning of the month, and it's going to cause so much confusion, and even people are considering leaving Islam. Like, why isn't our community united? Why can't we have a unified Eid? This is such a disaster for the ummah. This is why we have to have calculations. This kind of dramatic sob story. This is a recurring pattern. This is Yasir Qadhi's fiqh. Like, if Yasir Qadhi had a school of fiqh, like his own madhab, it would be like the sob story madhab. Like, give a sob story, and then based on that sob story, say, well, the maslahah is clear. The maslahah is very clear about what we have to do. We have to have calculations. We have to give alimony. We have to have student loans. This is another position that he's given. I'll play you the clip right now. So this is it's a sob story fiqh, and it's making a mockery of the religion. It's making a mockery, like, even, and by the way, like, let's say that we can reduce all of fiqh to maslahah and mafsada, weighing the pros and the cons, what's going to be in the maximum benefit. Like, let's just agree that, okay, that's what fiqh is all about. That's the end-all, be-all of fiqh, as Yasir Qadhi and the Wasatiyya movement is portraying it. Even their calculation of mafsada and maslahah is wrong. Like, it's so one-sided. Like, okay, fine, you're giving us a sob story about this poor wife. Where is her dignity when she gets divorced by her husband? What about the husband's side? Like, do you have any tears to shed about this husband that now has to spend the rest of his life paying alimony? Like, have you thought about the incentivization of divorce by requiring alimony? Like, you're basically going to make women more eager to get divorced because of the prospect of this huge payout. Okay, I get to have this independence from my husband. By divorcing him, I can live on my own and still get all the financial benefits. In fact, the financial benefits that I'm getting through alimony are going to be more than what I get remaining married to him. So why don't I get all the financial incentive without all the responsibility of being a wife? That sounds actually really good to me. So what about incentivizing divorce on the side of women, especially when women are the number one proponents, like initiators of divorce? When you look at marriages that break apart, or even relationships that break apart, the initiator of the breakup or the divorce in over 70% of cases is the woman. The woman is the one who's initiating divorce much more than men. So what's going to happen when you give further incentive, further power, further resources required to be paid to the woman's side. That's going to make divorce like hyper divorce. Like the rates of divorce are just going to go through the roof. And that's what's happened in the West. Like that's what's happened in this no-fault divorce system, this feminist system has accelerated the divorce rate, expanded it. Marriage has collapsed completely in the West. And YASIR QADHI, his evaluation of the maslaha and the mafsada, his weighing of the pros and the cons, is somehow blind to these realities. So he still wants to import and Islamicize this system and say, oh, well, this is actual fiqh. This is actual, you know, we're doing what Ibn Taymiyyah would do. We're doing exactly what Ibn Taymiyyah do. We're not constrained by this ossified fiqh. So you want to see him talk about student loans? Let me see.
It's literally, we need civilizational strength. So the Fifth Council not only says you may take a student loan, but it also says you may take the house loan as well. Because this is a haja. This is a benefit to the ummah. It's not wanting to get rich. It is a matter of securing a legacy for yourself and your family. Have the right intention and say that, look, I want to transfer down and make my children, inshallah, better than I am. And this is, inshallah, overall permissible. But still, respectful back and forth so that you see why. Once again, so that you are clear, the equation is the same. The paradigm is the same. The template is the same. In the application, Amjad went one way, the Fifth Council went slightly different. We both overlap. We allow student loans. We both overlap. But the one also allows a house. It's literally.
So he's the head of the Fiqh Council of North America, and this is one of the representatives from AMJA, the Assembly of Muslim Jurists of North America, and or America. And he's saying that we both, our councils, our Fiqh councils agree on student loans. We agree on that, but my Fiqh Council of North America goes one step further. We say home loans are also permissible, like a conventional loan, like just going conventionally to the bank and getting a loan for your house. Like this is a haja. This is a haja. Haja is like a pressing need. And what's the pressing need? You have to have a legacy. You have to have a legacy for your children. So, where in the, like, who said that having a legacy is a haja? That's something new. Having a legacy is a haja. Okay. So go ahead and get the student loan from the bank, and go ahead and get the home loan from the bank. Not even like there are other Islamic finance instruments, and even like there's a debate on whether those are acceptable or not, but many scholars think that they're acceptable alternative. Like instead of getting a home loan, go through the Islamic finance route, and there are significant important Shari'i differences that make the Islamic finance loan halal and permissible versus the conventional mortgage haram, riba. But they're not even saying that. They're not saying go opt for the Islamic financing. They're saying no, just go to the conventional bank, no problem. That's fine. You can do that because it's a haja. Your legacy is the haja. Okay. So yeah, I mean, the legacy that you're leaving is this kind of approach to fiqh and to Islam, that if something is inconvenient, then you can abandon it. If something is inconvenient, like why can't you say anything can be changed in Islam on this basis? Anything can be changed. Like fine, the when it comes to mortgages and Islamic finance and riba, okay, we can change that because there's a need. The need for a legacy, so we can overturn the rules and regulations in Islam regarding riba. When it comes to marriage law, when it comes to divorce law, yeah, there's a need, so we can overturn those and we can pursue these alternatives because our council said so. Okay, well, why stop there? Like, why even bother with the rules of hijab and gender segregation? Oh, YASIR QADHI has already like attacked gender segregation. He says that, oh yeah, we shouldn't be so ossified, and why do we have to have a partition between men and women? No, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Like, no problem. Like, we've seen that. We covered that in a previous live stream as well. Hijab, like, why stop? Like, why stop with gender segregation? Why hijab? Like, wearing hijab is very politically correct in this day and age. You're going to attract a lot of negative attention. It's going to cause all kinds of inconvenience. Maybe your life is actually threatened because there's some kind of Islamophobe or a Zionist that sees you and attacks you. So actually, why should you wear hijab? Like, why should you even bother covering your hair or covering your face as a woman? There's a haja, there's a need. Look at the maslaha, weigh the pros and the cons. And it doesn't stop. Why stop with these mu'amalat? Because the wasatiyah movement divides things between ibadat and mu'amalat. So when it comes to mu'amalat, yeah, we can make reforms and we prioritize maslaha and we weigh the pros and the cons. But when it comes to ibadat, no, we can't change the ibadat. So YASIR Qadhi claims to follow Rashid Rida, the Salafi modernist student of Muhammad Abdu. YASIR Qadhi claims to follow Rashid Rida, but Rashid Rida included the family law under the ibadat, actually, according to his distinction. So family law should also be preserved. We can't apply maslaha to the family law. So YASIR Qadhi is actually more reformist than Rashid Rida, because he is advocating for change in marriage and divorce laws. That's point number one. Point number two, this distinction that the Wasatiyah movement makes between ibadat and mu'amalat is an arbitrary distinction. Like, why can't you also apply the same kind of maslaha reasoning to the ibadat and say that, well, you know, why are we praying on Friday, the Friday prayers? Saturday is just more convenient. You're going to be in the middle of the work week. On Fridays in the West, you have a job, and if you leave the job to pray Friday prayers, that is a major inconvenience. You might lose your job, so it becomes a matter of this becomes a haja. So let's move the Friday prayer to Saturday. Why not? Why not? What is stopping you from that? What is a principled reason to not do that? And there are reformists who have that kind of view, like Khalid Abul Fadl is one modernist example. Abdul Karim Surush, an Iranian example, actually, of this type of reformist who says, even when it comes to the ibadat, like Hajj, for example, why should we go on Hajj to Mecca? Like, Hajj, the purpose of Hajj is actually to revere Allah and to remember Allah through a physical ritual. So you can do physical rituals around a local, like a local sanctuary. Do a kind of Hajj and do tawaf, and you remember Allah and you're doing the rituals for the sake of Allah. It doesn't require for you to actually be in Mecca. And, you know, it's very difficult to travel to Mecca and dangerous. And now the political situation is quite fraught in that part of the world, in the Middle East. And some people are even calling for boycotting Hajj because of Saudi's involvement with the Zionist state. So there's a good maslaha argument that can be made for Hajj to actually be performed locally. Why not? Why not? So this is the kind of problem that we find with YASIR Qadhi's reformism. And, you know, this is the infamous clip where he says, like, very clearly about the reform of apostasy punishments.
Does Islam preach that those who leave the faith should be executed? The response is, indeed, Islamic law did have that doctrine. I'm not sugarcoating it. The question is, does that doctrine...
Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate your honesty. The people in there like to hear.
I want to finish. Can you please finish? I want to hear what he says.
The question is, are modern Muslims required to keep that part of the law, or can we fine-tune and modify? That is an ongoing discussion that is taking place. And many Muslim theologians of our times are actually saying that particular law can be modified in light of modern circumstances, just like many issues of Judaism and Christianity were also modified over time.
That it can be modified. Islam did have the position that the husband doesn't owe alimony to his ex-wife, did have that position, but that can be modified, it can be fine-tuned, it can be changed, just like the Jews and Christians did with their religion. So, it's very clear what Yasir Qadhi's agenda is. It's pure reformism.
You're aware, 20, 30 years ago, massive controversy over the language of the khutbah. And to this day, one of the madhabs is adamant, no, the khutbah should be in the classical language. These are things that you keep on coming across over and over again. The clash between, well, the madhab says this versus the lived reality. So I am somebody who says trained people should come together and see, in light of modern situation, what aspects of classical fiqh can be rethought in our times. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying the layperson.
That's all I'm saying. What aspects of the classical fiqh can be rethought on the basis of the modern situation? That's all I'm saying. And not the layman. Not the layman. It has to be a scholar like me.
I'm not saying the non-trained person.
Do you believe that a mujtahid can arise today who creates his own school of thought?
I'm not a fan of a new school of thought. I'm not a fan because been there, done that. You can't reinvent the wheel. And those who happen to be active in preaching when there was a blank slate, they filled a lot of that slate up.
But theoretically,
it would be probably.
I mean, he doesn't really care about, the kinds of water and how to, the conditions of wudu, the pillars or arkan of wudu, and prayer and fasting and hajj and burial. Like, he doesn't care about these aspects. Like, that's the bulk of fiqh, not to mention getting into transactions and contracts, and he doesn't really care about these things. What he cares about, the things that he really focuses on, are the clashes where the fiqh, the madhahib, conflict with the modern situation, the modern requirements. That's what he cares about. That's what he wants to change. That's what he wants to adapt to better conform to a Western paradigm, just like the Jews and Christians did. But, admittedly, that's like a small set of issues, like small relative to the entire corpus of fiqh and all of the issues that are addressed in fiqh. So Yasir Qadhi, that's why he's not really interested in an entire madhab. He just cares about those issues of conflict, and he has this convenient tool that he can keep spamming, this maslaha move. He keeps spamming that in order to get the desired outcome that he wants, to basically accept the Western position when it comes to finance, when it comes to marriage law, divorce law, criminal punishments, when it comes to politics, like the structure of Islamic government. He has a convenient tool that he can use and say maslaha, 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 and get the kind of imitation of the West that he wants, and claim that that's Islamic, that's grounded in Islamic thoughts and in hermeneutical Islamic methodology, or whatever gloss that he wants to give it. That's why he's not interested in a new madhab. But what about theoretically? Like, theoretically, could someone be a mujtahid in our times and have a new madhab in our times?
Problematic because of one other issue, and that is, are they going to reinvent usul al-fiqh? That would be a problem, because usul al-fiqh, already the Shafi'is have a different version than the Malikis, than the Hanafis, and by and large they have kind of sort of codified. So if they were to reinvent an entire epistemology, that would really be a very interesting and also problematic. And also, who's going to follow? So if Dawood al-Zahiri and Ibn Hazm, the fifth school, hardly...
Like, why would that be problematic? I didn't get it. Like, inventing a new usul. Like, why is that problematic? I didn't really understand his point there. And I disagree. Like, the problem with there being a new mujtahid, I'll give you a reason. I'll give you the actual reason why. Like, because people make this point. I was just recently having a conversation with a brother over the weekend about this, and a group of brothers. And the point that they're making is that, well, theoretically, isn't it possible that someone in our time could be like have the mind of a Shafi'i, or Imam Malik or the mind of Imam Nawawi or Ghazali or whoever? Like, isn't it possible that we have those kinds of intellect and ability to memorize and to have a vast amount of texts that they have mastered? Isn't it theoretically possible? Because all of these scholars, Ibn Qudama, others, they're human beings. They're not some kind of angel. So today we are human beings as well. What if you have like a program from a young age, we train children and they can reach that level of mastery and intelligence where they could be the next Abu Hanifa? Isn't that theoretically possible? And if it is, like, such a person will go to the nusus, will go to the Quran and the Sunnah and everything that they've memorized and all of the precedent and the ijma', etc., and they will do ijtihad. They'll do ijtihad at that level. Isn't that possible theoretically? And it's not. It's not. Yeah, it is possible for someone to memorize text. It's possible for them to be at that level of intelligence that we've seen in the past, but there is one missing component, and this is what has to be appreciated. The component that is changed is that because of modernity, people's entire psychologies and their understanding of the world and their underlying assumptions about the world have drastically shifted compared to Muslims living in pre-modern times. It's been a cataclysmic shift and such a major change in the assumptions that people have and their intuitions about the world that they have. And this is critical. And if you go back to the debate that I had with Jafed, if you remember, it was on Islamic traditionalism versus modernism. And in the opening statement, I lay out this argument and explain it. That when it comes to any kind of Islamic text, like if you reread the Quran and the Quran is saying, do not drink khamar, do not drink wine, what does that actually mean? When Allah says don't drink wine or don't approach zina, for example, what does that actually mean? And what is required is certain beliefs and certain values that you have when you interpret that statement. So, for example, when you say Allah says don't drink wine, does that mean you can drink beer? Because beer is not wine. The verse is saying don't drink wine, so maybe beer is allowed. Is it permissible to smoke weed or to do meth or do these kinds of drugs like cocaine? Is it permissible? Because the verse says don't drink wine. It doesn't say don't smoke meth. Why should we assume that this verse applies to all intoxicants? Well, you might say, well, there's a hadith about that, but just put that hadith aside. Like, how do we interpret that particular verse, that particular text? It requires we have certain beliefs about wine and certain values regarding intoxication. And that's why the Sahaba who share the beliefs and values of the Prophet ﷺ, because they're in the same society, they're in the same cultural milieu, they have the same background assumptions, the same psychology, they're in the best position to understand what don't drink khamar, don't drink wine actually means, because they share those underlying assumptions, those background beliefs and values with the Prophet ﷺ. And that background is shared with who follows the Sahaba, the Tabi'een, and then afterwards and afterwards and afterwards. And it's because of the shared beliefs and the shared values, the same psychology, that you have a consistency in interpretation. And there's still going to be ikhtilaf, there's still going to be differences of opinion that will exist, but it's still within the same ballpark. But what happens after modernity, you have this modern period that comes, and it comes with all kinds of social upheaval, social transformation, psychological transformation. People start developing a weird mentality, the Western educated, industrialized, rich, democratic mentality, psychology, and suddenly certain things that are assumed by the pre-modern psychology, now you can't assume that, because there's been such a drastic shift, a drastic cleavage between pre-modern and modern. And now with the modern psychology, with those modern assumptions and beliefs and values that are so deeply embedded, you can't understand necessarily the texts of the Quran and Sunnah with the same purity that the pre-modern scholars did. I'll give an example that I can give you is that slavery. Slavery is something that is taken for granted to such an extent that if you read a book of fiqh, actually, as a modern person who thinks that slavery is the worst evil that can exist, if you read a classical work of fiqh, you're going to be scandalized on every single page, because every single page is using the example of slavery and slaves, like master and slave relationship. Like you go and read, even if the chapter or the kitab in that book of fiqh has nothing to do with slavery per se, the examples that the scholars are giving is all about slavery. Like that's how pervasive the concept of slavery and that relationship between master and slave was in pre-modern societies, Muslim societies. And no one had a problem with it. Like no one is batting an eyelash. No one is saying like, oh yeah, this is exploitative, this is oppressive, this is an abomination, or this is something that Islam eventually meant to abolish. No one is saying this. No one is even talking about this. That shows you, but now in the modern period, it becomes this moral problem, and even people who accept it, the concept of slavery, they do it on a fideistic basis. They do it on the basis of, well, this is what we find in the Quran, and this is what we find in the Hadith, and the Prophet ﷺ had slaves, so I just accept it on blind faith. I just accept it. I deep down feel like this is wrong. Like it's unsettling to me at a deep level, moral level, but I just accept it, on faith. This is fideism. But that the Muslims in pre-modernity weren't accepting slavery on the basis of fideism. They actually saw nothing wrong with it. They didn't have any moral problem. Like a moral question did not even arise. A moral question didn't even pop into their minds for a split second for them to even think that there could be something morally problematic about a master and a slave, or a slave girl. So that shows you the cleavage, like how big of a gap there is between the modern assumptions and psychology and beliefs and values versus people of the past. So modernity, it's like a bell that has been rung, and you can't unring that bell. You can't unring that bell, and that tarnishes Muslims who live in the modern period. And that's why it's necessary. This is why I say that we need to rely, for our fiqh and for our religion as a whole, we have to rely on the pre-modern scholars. Before that bell of modernity has been rung, that's the safest bet. That's the safest bet. That's how we're going to stay, and we're going to hold on, as the hadith says, to Islam, like holding on to a hot coal. We have to hold on to Islam like a hot coal. That's how difficult it is, because things have changed so drastically. That's what the hadith is referring to. And that's why it becomes impossible to reach that level of ijtihad, of a mujtahid of the past. That's the principled argument that I would give. Yasir Qadhi doesn't believe in that. Yasir Qadhi thinks if you have a council, like if you have a fiqh council, that fiqh council is going to reach the level of a mujtahid, which is so insane. Like it's such an insane proposition, but a lot of Muslims won't be able to recognize that because they don't recognize these factors that I'm describing to you about how drastically Muslims today are in their beliefs and values compared to Muslims of the past. Now, that's not to say that Muslims can't work to revive and to revivify the correct understanding, the correct values and beliefs. Obviously, we can do that. Obviously, I do believe we do that. We do that. There's a spiritual aspect to it. There's an intellectual aspect to it. You know, when I give arguments explaining the morality of slavery, the moral necessity of slavery given certain technological context, when I give those types of arguments, it's trying to bring Muslims back into a kind of position where we do see, like, we do share an outlook and a paradigm with the pre-modern Muslims. But, you know, we're always going to be in recovery. We're always going to be in recovery unless there's some drastic change in society, in the world, when it comes to the way that people live, the way that they structure their families, their use of technology. There has to be such a drastic, like maybe an asteroid hits the world and all technology is destroyed, and we have to go back to living as hunters and gatherers, for example, and start with these basic pastoral societies. Like maybe then we're going to regain the psychology where we share that with pre-modernity. But short of that, we're going to always be in recovery. We're always going to be recovered modernists. And that's a handicap that prevents us from exercising fiqh, exercising ijtihad. No matter how intelligent you are, no matter how much, so many hadith you've memorized, you're still going to have this handicap, and that the safer bet is to just rely on the previous ulama, the previous schools of thought. Does that make sense? Just leave your thoughts and your comments in the chat and the comments below.
Had any traction, and they are alive and preaching in classical and medieval Islam. Do you really think, you know, if, I'm just giving an example, if Jalal Saab comes along and says, I'm going to follow the Jalali fiqh, right? Who's going to follow Jalal? By the way,
it's got a good ring to it.
It does, yeah. Jalali and Jamali, yeah, it does have a ring. By the way, without mentioning names, there are thinkers in Arab world, in Pakistan, who essentially have done that.
Yeah.
I don't like to mention names, but they've done that. And guess what? They have a following. But they don't call themselves a new school, but they are doing that. So nobody has, I mean, you know, I can disagree, but what are you going to do in the end of the day? Yeah. That's their prerogative to do that, and they have to answer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I am not a fan. What I am a fan of, and I've said this publicly, is committees of qualified scholars from the trained schools, using the hermeneutics and the epistemological paradigms that we agree upon. Rethink through only modern issues. There is no need to rethink through, you know, salah and siyam, unless, okay, calculations, yeah, that's a new issue, let's think about it. Okay, yeah, issues of 401k zakah, issues of organ transplant, issues of IVF, right? Issues of any other issues of this nature, of a modern nature, we should think beyond the four madhabs. I have no problem with this. Not because the four madhabs are deficient, but because the times have changed and the four madhabs are human. It's not a critique of the past. Yeah. It's a realization that the past did the best they could given the circumstances they had, and those circumstances have changed. But I'm also a fan of this.
So I have to comment, like, there's so much to say. Like, it's just shocking. Like, okay, fine. When it comes to IVF, when it comes to like the fiqh of cell phones or the fiqh of flying in an airplane, yeah, the form of madhab, they haven't commented on this. Genius. Yeah, we know that. So you do need to have the scholars who are trained in those madhab and the usul of those madhab to comment on the basis of consistent principles on these new issues that do arise. And he kind of said it despite himself. He says calculations in terms of when does Ramadan begin and when does it end. That's not a new issue. Like, this is something, and by the way, calculations existed in pre-modernity, like being able to calculate when the moon would be in one part of the sky. That predates Islam. Like, that predates the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But YASIR still says on that issue we have to rethink. We have to rethink that given our modern situation. So how is this a modern situation? This is like as old as time itself. There's this issue of when do months begin and end. So how is this a new issue? And it's something that's in the realm of ibadah. It's in the realm of when you begin and end your fasting, or even Hajj. So it is in the realm of ibadah. So here you can see he's inconsistent. Even he's delving into the ibadah issues. And how is this a modern issue? Alimony. How is alimony a modern? How is marriage and divorce a modern issue? People have been getting married and divorced since time immemorial. YASIR. This is not a modern thing. The only thing that's modern is that you have this new paradigm, this Western kufr paradigm that is being imposed on Muslims, and you just want to accommodate that. You want to accommodate that. You want to Islamicize that. That's the only thing that's modern, but there's nothing modern inherently with the mas'ala, with these masail of nikah and talaq and the huquq of the husband versus wife. These aren't new. This is an old issue, as old as time itself. But you still want to rethink. You still want to rethink and reevaluate and move beyond the ossified madhahib, the ossified schools of thought, and even beyond these schools of thought, because there's no scholar, even outside of the schools of thought, even you want to include the Zahiri school, even the Zahiri school, or include the Zaydis, include the Ithna Ashari, Ja'fari school, include all these other schools. You don't find alimony within them. So this is, you want to move beyond and transcend, in your words, all of these fuqaha, all of these scholars, even beyond the four schools. And then he's saying that, oh, we have a council of qualified scholars that come together. How silly is this? How silly, like, because when you look at the madhab is not just one scholar. It's not just Abu Hanifa is one scholar, or Imam Malik, or Imam Shafi, or Imam Ahmad, or whoever, or in whatever school. It's not one person. It's a long tradition of thousands, hundreds of thousands of scholars who have written, and they've built this edifice of writing these mutun, these texts, these fiqh manuals. And on top of the manuals, you have the commentaries and the meta-commentaries. Texts upon texts and scholars upon scholars, refining, building, qualifying, categorizing. This massive edifice that spans centuries, literally 10, 11, 12 centuries of scholars. All of that on one hand, on one side. On the other side, you know, a council of 21st century scholars with the Fiqh Council of North America, or the European Fiqh Council, or Lajna Da'ima in Saudi, or AMJA in the US, like that on the other side. Like who's going to win, you think? Who's going to have the more robust, more accurate, sophisticated, correct? What has more chance of being pleasing to Allah? Like, if these two things are in conflict, who are you going to go with? I ask you. If you're Yasir Qadhi or you're a Wahhabi, you're going to go with these councils. But if you're a traditional Muslim, you're a traditional Sunni Muslim, I think it's very clear the choice that you have to make.
By the way, of scholarly committees, not of individuals. I like 5, 10, 20 people coming together and having some, support from one another.
20 people, yeah. 20 people is enough. 20 people, get the squad, get the squad in the group chat, and, put what do you think about alimony? What do you think about student loans? Yeah, what do you think about 401k? Okay, yeah, 401k, we do need a council, or we do need a scholar. That's fine. Like, that is you might be shocked to believe, or shocked to hear rather, that the 12th century Hanafis didn't talk about the 401k. Like, you might be shocked to hear that. But when it comes to these other issues, like riba, when it comes to buying and selling, when it comes to start of Ramadan, they have opined, they have written, they have documented. 20 scholars in the group chat versus 1,200 years and volumes, entire libraries filled with the books, fiqh books of the Hanafi school, or the Shafi school, or the Maliki school, or the Hanbali school. Like, who are you gonna take on those issues? And unfortunately, a modernist like Yasir Qadhi and the people who are modernist inclined, they will go for the convenient option to satisfy their whims and desires, their biases, because they've been impacted by the West. And they will follow opinions that are unprecedented Okay, I don't have a problem. Like, let me make this clear, actually, because I do think that there's flexibility. I think there is flexibility when do you have to follow one school and you can never take any opinion outside of that one school? Some people say that. I don't necessarily think that that's required. You can follow within multiple schools, like just don't mix within one mas'ala, like don't make wudu according to a Hanafi and then pray according to a Shafi, for example. But, you know, I don't think that you have to be completely consistent within one school on every single issue. But I do think it's important that you limit yourself to the opinions that have a precedent in pre-modernity. Have a precedent and make it a robust precedent. It's not just one random person, one random scholar who has one opinion that is not backed by anyone else. Try to follow the robust positions that are shared by a multiplicity of scholars. It doesn't even necessarily have to be an ijma' of the scholars. I think that's fine. And you're protecting yourself. And you have an excuse. You are able to, on the day of judgment, tell Allah that I did my best and I limited myself to an opinion that is found, a position that is found, and I followed it with faith and sincerity, and I didn't resort to my desires. Inshallah, you can make that case before Allah if you limit yourself. If you instead open the door and say anyone, anywhere, at any time who calls himself a scholar and he has this opinion and he was living, you know, in the year 2025 or let's say 1995 or whenever in the modern period, then you have less of an excuse. And it's like a shadh opinion. It's like an anomalous, unique opinion just from that person. And you know this. You know that it's a unique, anomalous opinion that no one in pre-modernity shared. Then you have less of a case to stand on. Then it's less of an excuse. You know, I think more of an argument can be made that you are following your desires. You just are going fatwa shopping and you found someone in the modern period that has this view that justifies something according to the dominant Western paradigm. And because you have an inferiority complex, because you want ease, you want to be able to fit into this Western paradigm, you took that while it has no basis in what any pre-modern scholar has ever said. This, especially if you do this habitually, especially if you're doing this across the board, this becomes very problematic. Even if you're relying on the fiqh councils and these 20-person group chat scholars on the group chat who are issuing these modern fatwas, it becomes more problematic. So people should recognize what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that, oh, it's one madhab or bust. That's not my personal position. And others disagree, so that's fine.
I think we talked about how this is not a criticism of Salafism, and there are some very good Muslims who are Salafis. Actually, some of the best Muslims I know, family people who've got very good lives, very rounded lives. They subscribe to,
I've been through the movement. It's very true.
That's true. And a lot of my friends are, but however, they would say the following. I want you to, give me a response to this. When you bring up, for example, the Hanafi school says the following, or the Shafi'i school says the following, they would say, but Quran and Sunnah say something different. How would you address that?
Yes. So firstly, this is a strand of Salafism. This is a common misconception that all Salafis are like this. In the Western world, no doubt, this is the more predominant strand. And this goes back to a particular individual, Shaykh al-Albani, who had a particular understanding, of fiqh. However, Ibn Abdul Wahhab was through and through Hanbali.
Right.
Ibn Baz was very Hanbali. Saudi Salafism is by and large Hanbalite in fiqh. So the Western Salafi strand is owing its origin and its thought and its influence more to the Jordanian scholar Shaykh al-Albani, and his version was what you are saying.
Right.
I would say that it sounds very appealing, but slogans do not betray realities. When you quote a Quran or a Sunnah, when you quote a hadith, and you apply it to your situation, whether you know it or not, you are using a set of hermeneutics. You are extrapolating from the text to your context. And in that extrapolation, right? You are making many assumptions. You are clearly utilizing a frame of hermeneutics that others would call usul al-fiqh. You don't even recognize that it is usul al-fiqh. So you assume the Quran is speaking to you directly, the hadith is speaking to you directly. That is your assumption, and that is simply not the case. So when you say the Quran and Sunnah says, in reality, you assume the Quran and Sunnah says. But the Quran and Sunnah is not speaking to your situation. For you to apply it to your situation is an assumption that you make. So the way that I phrase this, your understanding of the evidence is not the evidence. So if somebody challenges an evidence you present, they are not challenging the evidence. They're challenging your understanding of the evidence. And this is what many of the modern Salafis fail to realize. And of course, Al-Albani did this famously in his book, The Prophet's Prayer Described, that book was a game changer. It spread the Salafi da'wah like nothing else. And it spread a version of the Salafi da'wah because the assumption was given that the Quran and Sunnah are all that you need, and the madhabs are in competition with the Quran and Sunnah. And the reality, once you study fiqh, all of the madhabs are actually, the goal of it is to interpret the Quran and Sunnah, right? There is no such thing as the Quran and Sunnah without interpretation.
Sheikh Yasir, can I ask?
Isn't this self-own as well? Like, isn't everything you just said undermining his whole project? Because if he's saying that, well, if you approach the Quran and Sunnah, you're taking assumptions with it to interpret the Quran and Sunnah, and this is not a principled way to approach the Quran and Sunnah. You're going to misinterpret. You need to go through usul, like have a principled basis by which you approach the Quran and Sunnah. Like, isn't that the problem with his approach? Like, his approach to fiqh is exactly that. His approach to fiqh is to say, okay, fine, these are the schools, and we put them to the side. These are the madhahib, we put them to the side, and we go to the Quran and Sunnah directly, and we can evaluate ourselves directly. Aren't you, Yasir Qadhi, going to take your assumptions, your context, and apply these things to your context? And isn't that going to be fraught with all kinds of mistakes or all kinds of false assumptions and mistakes of that kind? It seems like this undermines his whole approach to fiqh.
So I've come to the following conclusion, and I want you to tell me whether this conclusion is probably what you think and whether it's a sensible position to have. I think that there are different people with different inclinations, and they come to Islam because they've got different temperaments and inclinations. And there are some people who like Sufism, and they come to Islam through Sufism. There are some people who like sort of the more reassurance of a literalist type of view, and maybe Salafism provides that for them. And there are different, at the very beginning,
I'm just going to skip that part just for the sake of time.
We had a conversation about sort of pluralism versus a very sort of narrow partisan view about fiqh and about sort of aqidah issues. Of course, we do live in a world dominated by social media, and in particular young people tend to come into Islam with these very ossified, very strong partisan views. And you made a point about Sunni Shiism, but I suppose we can extend that to intra-Sunni Islam, let's say, or intra-Muslim debates. Like, what's your advice to, in particular, young people when it comes to some of these divisions that exist and have existed for centuries? How do we reconcile those? How do we debate those? And how do we move forward?
Yeah, this has been one of my main points of contention with all fundamentalist strands that emphasize their points of uniqueness vis-a-vis the other strands. Unfortunately, the average graduate of a seminary is taught a curriculum that goes back many centuries and is then let loose in the world. And when they are let loose in the world, preaching and teaching, all too often, the only thing they know how to teach is what they were taught in the seminaries of centuries old. But the modern university student is no longer concerned with the abstract issues that the seminary teaches from its books of 500 years ago. Right. And so when this preacher comes out and says the same language of his teachers, hey, beware of those who say God is like this or God is like that, inevitably it leads to soft or hard sectarianism, but sectarianism nonetheless. And this is unfortunately rampant across the Muslim world. This is where I am saying enough is enough, and we need to come out to a post-sectarian Muslim world where we need to agree to disagree with civility without hatred and genuinely understand the controversies of the past do not need to be transformed into political ruptures of today. All mainstream Sunnis, what unites them is far more than what divides them. And the classic issue, which I've spoken about quite a lot at length, which I actually...
This is insofar as there is this sectarianism, it should be recognized, and Yasir Qadhi, at least here, doesn't recognize it, that this is something that's played up by Western powers. It's something that is, these flames of sectarianism are fueled by the West and by the Muslim governments that are aligned with the West. They have a divide and conquer strategy. And this is part of the RAND agenda. And I've covered RAND in the past and will continue to do so in the future, but explicitly within the RAND documentation. RAND is obviously the think tank of the US military, the official think tank of the US government, and they are funded with millions of dollars, and they put out, after 9/11, documentation for a strategy, the US strategy for the Muslim world after 9/11. And part of their strategy is a divide and conquer strategy, and they explicitly say that we have to pit the traditionalist Sunnis against the Salafis. The Salafis and the traditional Sunnis, we need to make sure that they're fighting so that they undermine each other and they weaken their influence and their power, because this group of Sunni conservatives are the biggest threat to our agenda, which is agenda of secularization, an agenda of pushing U.S. interests, Zionist interests. We have to handicap and paralyze this group of conservative Sunnis, and we do that through divide and conquer. Pit the traditionalist Sunnis against the Salafis. That's explicitly their agenda. So a lot of the sectarianism that we see today is artificial. It's not actually coming from the Islamic tradition. But Yasir Qadhi is not attentive to this point. And he is portraying things as the problematic Islamic tradition, the intolerance, the sectarianism. We have to be post-sectarianism. We have to transcend that. We have to get... When in reality, what I'm saying is that we need to go back to our tradition. We need to go back to what the Quran and the Sunnah and the Salaf were teaching, which is having a very broad umbrella of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, and not bringing all of these secondary and tertiary Aqidah issues to the lay people to cause debate, endless debate and sectarianism. We have that within our tradition. We have that within, on the basis of the Quran and Sunnah. We can establish this sectarian practice of Islamic conservatism and even Islamism, while being faithful and consistent and rooted within everything that has happened in the Islamic tradition prior to modernity. But Yasir Qadhi is saying, no, we have to transcend it. We have to get to a post-sectarian reality. So there's a big difference between my approach and what I advocate and what Yasir Qadhi advocates.
Specialized in my master's level, I loved theologically until I realized, its reality is that the attributes of God. Now, this is an interesting question, interesting issue. Every single classical book of Islamic theology centers around the attributes of God. That is the defining characteristic of Islamic theology. Nobody, or very few people, pause to question why. Clearly, the Quran is not coming with the primary function of defining the nuances of the attributes of God.
Right.
Nobody can deny that. Clearly, the Prophet is not making this the core of his preaching. Actually, it's hardly found. Clearly, the companions themselves and the first generation didn't make this the core of their identity. Yet, every single school, 12 Shiism included, Zaydism, Ibadism, Salafism, Ash'arism, Maturidism, Mu'tazilism, at least 50% of theology textbooks, if not more or a little bit less, is about the attributes issue. And when I did my PhD and when I went further, this is when, in my own studies, this is when, as I said, I came across a number of realizations. Of them, our theology was constructed to answer the questions of its time. And it is a problem to assume that that constructed theology is divine. And it is also a problem to assume we must go back to that constructed theology to revive the ummah. So one of my biggest projects, really, in fact, I would say this is my ultimate project in all that I'm doing, really, is the preservation of the religion of Islam, especially in the Western world and amongst the next generation, transcending the petty sectarian divides and the ossified traditions of the past, while remaining faithful to the tradition. That's a key caveat, because I am not a fan of what is called progressive Islam. I think that they've lost the plot. We respect the tradition, but we also humanize it. To me,
So do you respect the tradition by saying it's ossified? Do you respect the tradition like so this is again like some of what he's saying I think is correct, but he's framing it as if this is his insight, like this is something that he's discovered, like all of the Aqidah texts, 50% of the material within them is concerned with the Sifat. And are the Sifat going to revive the Ummah and revive Islam for the future generations? Clearly not. But is this actually the self-perception of the scholars who are writing these texts on the Sifat historically? Arguably not. Like, I think that, yeah, there were these debates that cropped up, like the uncreatedness of the Quran and the lafz of the Quran. Like, when you recite the Quran, is your recitation created, etc. Yeah, these are controversies. These are theological questions that arise historically. But were the scholars who are debating it, did they themselves think that, no, these issues are going to be, this is the core of theology, Islamic theology, that's going to be relevant for all time? That's the way he is presenting it in order to create a dichotomy between what he's what he's forwarding versus these classical theologians. But I don't think that's accurate. I think that the theologians in the past, they recognize that these are specific issues for our time, and because of a fitna that's happening in our time, like the whole uncreatedness of the Quran. Imam Ahmad, I believe there's a quote from Imam Ahmad, and I'll present it in a video, inshallah, when we have a video on sectarianism. But he's very conscious about we're talking about this uncreatedness of the Quran now because of the mihna, because you have these Mu'tazila who are using government power to oppress the ones who are on the truth, the Muslims who are on the truth, and forcing them to accept something that is incorrect. That's the only reason that I'm talking about it. That's the only thing I'm making an issue about it. Otherwise, it doesn't need to be discussed. And our predecessors didn't discuss this issue. Our predecessors, find me a statement from the Sahaba about the createdness or uncreatedness of the Quran. Find me a statement from the Tabi'een explicitly, about the lafz of the Quran, if it's created or uncreated. Find me an explicit statement about that from the earliest generations, namely the Sahaba and the Tabi'een. And Imam Ahmad is saying, like, he's very self-aware that they weren't talking about this in the past. Not to say that the belief wasn't there, or not to say that the issue didn't exist, but it was implicit, and it wasn't something that was being debated or was like being asserted theologically. You have to accept this, otherwise you're a kafir. So I think that the Islamic tradition in Aqidah, especially in theology, the scholars were aware that these are issues that we're addressing now because of confusions that have arisen for whatever sociological or political reason, or interaction with non-Muslims, like with Christians and Jews. So YASIR Qadhi's, again, he has this inaccurate, to put it charitably, interpretation and framing of the Islamic tradition, and he does it to put his own position in high relief as an alternative. But this kind of speech is going to convince a lot of people, a lot of Muslims that aren't aware of Islamic history, and they take YASIR Qadhi as an authority. That's why it's so problematic.
That is the key, difference that between me and many others. The tradition should not be discarded unless there is a dire reason to do so. Otherwise, if it worked, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? But if it is broke, or it's not doing its job, or it's causing sectarianism, there is absolutely no need for two British or American, or British and American, preachers to be having it out over the meaning of God's hand and God's rising and God's face online, or even in private, unless it's an academic, a discussion just for, personal sake or whatnot. There's no need to have animosity between two people. And
that's true. That is correct. But you can make that point by appealing to the Quran, the Sunnah, the Salaf, and these theologians like Imam Ahmad, the statements of Imam Ahmad, the statements of Ibn Taymiyyah. You can make that same point using the resources of our tradition. But Yasir Qadhi doesn't want to do that. He wants to make an appeal to maslaha and this kind of abstract notion of modern tolerance that we have given our modern condition. So do you see the distinction there? It's very critical, because if you don't appeal to the tradition and you appeal to just tolerant maslaha, then that is going to justify more of that maslaha reasoning when you want to reform fiqh, when you want to depart even further from the Islamic tradition. Beyond aqidah, you want to depart from it when it comes to these fiqh issues.
And I say bluntly, this is more a question of semantics and language than it is actual faith. And it is a problem to categorize another believer based upon the abstract understanding of God's attributes. Somebody has to preach against this and say, you're wrong. I don't care if 10,000 scholars before me did it. Good for them, bad for them. I'm not judging them. Right here and now, we need to move beyond this. That's all I'm saying.
Sheikh Hassan, I mean, can I, I'm a lay person. You know, I don't have an intimate knowledge of usul al-fiqh and of Sharia. You know, I learn fiqh.
I'm a lay person, so why do I need to take a position on these issues? Like, that's what I said. Like, when these Wahhabis started attacking me and they started saying, "What's your aqidah, bro?" and started aqidah testing me, I said, "Look, I'm not a scholar. I'm not a preacher who has to take a position on these issues. It's not even relevant. It's not relevant, and that's acceptable. It's acceptable for me to be silent." Madhhab as-sukut, as I explained, and I cited the scholars who have that position of silence. You just are silent on these debates, and that's fine. Like, you're not going to be questioned on, well, what is the exact nature of the sifat of Allah? I don't need to take a position on it. And this is what we need to be teaching. Instead, you have Wahhabis who want to inflame sectarianism. And Yasir Qadhi is taking advantage of that situation. He's pointing to the sectarianism and saying we need to transcend the sectarianism. And when we transcend the sectarianism, that's the same kind of transcending I do when it comes to fiqh. So he's taking advantage of Wahhabi infighting and fitna.
To be a practicing Muslim, I learned my Farid and I try to understand Islam as much as I can. I'm not that interested in schools of Aqidah and the debates between the schools of Aqidah. And, you know, sometimes I dabble in trying to understand those debates, and it's interesting, and you know, it's a great conversation to have sometimes when you're having, you know, as you know, in East London we have chicken and chips, and we have conversations with one another. So it's a great conversation to have, but I'm not really that invested in those Aqidah debates. Is there a deficiency in my sort of appreciation of Islam? Because I just don't find that interesting.
30 years ago, I would have said, yes, there is a deficiency.
Right.
The old YQ would have said, you are missing out and your iman will never be strong.
Right.
And you must study one of these schools. And of course, I would have told you back then, you have to study my school. You can't study.
Yeah, because you're a Wahhabi. You're a Wahhabi Madkhali. That's why. And to be fair, there are Ash'aris today who also have that kind of position. Like, unless you delve into these issues according to the Ash'ari theology, then you are deficient as a Muslim. So to be fair, yeah, there are some Ash'aris that are sectarian in the negative way, but it's much less. It's much less than on the Wahhabi side.
The other school. Yeah. Now I say, you are upon the fitrah. You are quintessentially, and without even recognizing it, preaching and teaching and embodying what Islam is. Okay. Islam did not come to confuse you about the meaning of Yadullah and Istawa ala al-Arsh and the abstract issues of theology. And this is why the grandmothers of the Ummah have more iman than their grandchildren who are debating over the abstract issues of Aqidah. Simple, raw iman that transcends these petty, arcane differences in the textbooks. You want to see iman? Look at the relationship you have with Allah in your heart, and then its manifestation in how you treat the creation of Allah. That is iman. That is the essence of iman. And you don't need to study any aqidah textbook. You love Allah and you want to worship Allah, and you're genuinely making your dhikr in your heart and on your tongue, you're praying, you're doing tahajjud, and you're treating the makhluk of Allah in a good manner, you've reached for those. And you don't have to categorize yourself as anything, right? And that's why, you know, one of my teachers in England famously said this, it went viral. He said, once upon a time, Aqidah was used to fortify people's iman. Now he said this is used to destroy people's iman, right? And at the time, it caused a huge controversy. But if you understand the context and you look at the reality, as I've said multiple times, as Gaza burns right now, even today, I just logged on to Twitter You know, God forbid, Allah forgive all of us for even doing that. You know, try my best to avoid, but you know, once in a while, we log into even today, a British and an American da'i are having at it about, you know, the importance of sifat and God actually has the other one. It's just so petty and sad. And they really think they're doing something good. And they think this is what the ummah needs. And so they're fomenting hatred against a fellow Muslim who prays 5 times a day, fasts from Allah, believes in Allah, reading the Quran, making dua, inshallah, both praying tahajjud, and they're creating hatred over some arcane, abstract, intangible issue that is of no relevance. Why? Because of the tradition. So I'm sorry, but somebody has to say at some point in time, yes, the tradition has become ossified.
See, this is wrong. Like, these Wahhabis who are causing this fitna online, they're justifying it on the basis of tradition. What Yasir Qadhi should do is to say, no, you have bastardized the tradition. You are misciting the tradition. You are distorting and manipulating the tradition. This is not what the tradition says. That's what Yasir Qadhi should say. That's what I've been saying. Yasir Qadhi instead throws the tradition under the bus. He says, well, the tradition is ossified. Let's put it behind it. Let's transcend it. Yes, the tradition is sectarian. Just like these Wahhabis today are sectarian, the tradition, they're getting that from the tradition. Throw the tradition out. We need to transcend it. This is the problem with what Yasir Qadhi is preaching.
Yes, there are aspects of the tradition that are problematic, and this is one of them. This is not a rejection of the tradition in toto. It is an ask to revive. It is.
See, I respect the tradition, but the tradition is ossified and problematic. You're talking from both sides of your mouth. How can you respect the tradition if you're also dismissing and saying that it's problematic in some aspects? Not in toto. Not in toto. Yeah, we know what you consider not to be problematic is like prayer and fasting, but anything that doesn't contradict with modernity, that's not problematic about the tradition. Yes, but everything else that does contradict modernity, then that's ossified. So stop. Don't take us for fools, Yasir Qadhi. Don't take us for nincompoops and imbeciles that you on 5 minutes ago say, oh, I respect the tradition, I respect it, but then you turn around and say, oh, it's problematic and it's ossified.
It is an ask to, all I say, be who you are, but keep these debates to private rooms. Take all of these guys that are advanced students and hash it out amongst yourselves. Then when it comes for Dhuhr, pray Dhuhr together and eat your fish and chips or your chicken and chips together. Shake hands together and understand the ummah has bigger issues than the issues of the past. That's my point too. And frankly, I'm sorry to say, too few people are speaking like this. And to me, this is a no-brainer. This should be the norm. And I encourage all the preachers to be bold. Wallahi, I know most of them feel this way. They come to me all the time. Most of them feel this way, but they're scared about the backlash. Let me tell you, there will be minimal backlash because, as you yourself just said, you want to hear this. You already are upon it. The only backlash will come from other fanatics, and it's time we just sideline them. You are causing division. You are causing hatred over issues that are of absolutely no relevance whatsoever. So I believe, inshallah, we are seeing now a wiser and more mature manifestation, and I think that time will show that these types of ideas will become the mainstream and the norm.
So when Yasir Qadhi says we need to sideline the fanatics, he's again, it's a bait and switch. He's equivocating. Okay, the fanatics, according to Yasir Qadhi, are the ones who will say, like, for example, the Wahhabis who say, yeah, we need to be debating the sifat, we need to be debating istighatha, we need to be preaching and constantly talking about these issues because it's aqidah, and aqidah is the most important thing. These are the fanatics. And included among the fanatics are those people who say that, yes, we need to uphold the Sharia. Like, we do have to maintain apostasy punishments. We do have to maintain that taking a loan, like a conventional loan for being a student, that is halal. Or taking a conventional loan for your home, that's halal. No, it's haram. Like those Muslims, the Muslims who come and say that, no, alimony, this is something new, it's invented, we don't have this in tradition. Those are also fanatics. According to Yasir Qadhi, those are also people who have this kind of unhealthy obsession with the ossified, problematic tradition that we have to transcend. He lumps them all together because that's convenient for his agenda. Do you see what he's trying to do? And that's what he's mostly concerned about. He's mostly concerned with his Fiqh Council of North America and all of he's pushing for these reformist positions, and anyone who appeals to the tradition, like appeals to the four madhahib to say, no, these reforms are wrong. These reforms are actually a violation of the deen. He can say, no, you are intolerant. You are sectarian. You are wedded to an ossified problematic tradition that I have transcended in the same way that Ibn Taymiyyah transcended it. Do you see like the logic? He just builds this kind of edifice of reformism, and it makes sense within that edifice, within that building that he's created. This is his overall agenda. So I hope that it's starting to make more sense that this is quite nefarious. He's just trying to create the ammunition he needs to shoot down his critics. I'm one of the fanatics. I'm one of the people that he considers to be a fanatic. And he's, giving me all kinds of names and smears. And he'll never mention me by name, by the way. He'll never mention me by name, even though I know he watches this. He watches every minute of me talking about him. So, hi. But why don't you debate me? YASIR Qadhi, how about you debate me? How about you confront me and silence me once and for all and show how I am so ignorant and so misguided. I haven't reached your level of understanding of the Islamic tradition and the nusus. You need to put me in my place with a debate. And it'll be moderated. We'll each have equal time to talk. And you can finally put this to rest. If I'm so wrong about your reformism, let's have a debate. It'll be a cordial, friendly debate, and I will treat you with the respect of an interlocutor. I'll make sure that you have time to speak, and I will respond to you in a genuine, forthright way. I won't mischaracterize your positions, and we'll have a conversation. I think that would be very productive. I think your followers would benefit from it, and I would benefit from that. So why not? Why not do that? But you've been running, you've been avoiding me. You won't even mention my name. I know that you're talking about me all the time behind closed doors with people. That's what some of your associates have been saying to me. But let's forget about talking about me behind closed doors. Like, bring it to the public. Just let's be open and transparent. You need to show how misguided and ignorant and fanatical Daniel Haqiqatjou really is. Let's have the conversation.
And maybe it is right to say, we just can't afford to have these debates when Gaza burns.
We just can't. We can't.
Yeah.
It's sad, and like I said, and it's not just over these issues. It's far more than this. That's why I've been a little bit more bold about my views about so many other issues, like politics. We've had our issues about politics, Islam, all of these issues. We need to stop hating each other if we have different ways to revive the ummah.
Right.
You're not happy with my way? No problem. You go your way and I'll make dua for you, and you make dua for me as well. Simple as that. Stop finding an easy, tangible enemy within and realize the real enemy is the one that's bombing Gaza. This really that. And the real enemy is the one that's wanting to ban our religion. The real enemy is the one that shut our masjid down. The real enemy is the one, he wants us to hate each other. This is the real enemy.
Yeah.
So this is my key point here, that sectarianism needs to be rethought in modernity.
Sheikh YASIR Qadhi, Jazakallah.
Yeah, so that's the end of it. I agree that we have to prioritize, and that's the kind of prioritization that I've had. I've really stepped back on my criticism of the compassionate imams since October 7th and dedicated a lot of time and resources to criticizing Judaism, calling out Jewish genocide against Muslims. So, and there was that interview that I did with Middle East Forum. Middle East Forum is one of these Zionist outlets that are constantly criticizing Islam. They interviewed me a couple of years ago, before October 7th, actually, and they gave me an opportunity to attack Omar Soleiman. And I said, I refuse to do that. I refuse to talk to a Zionist, like a disgusting Zionist, and badmouth a Muslim, even a Muslim that I don't agree with and I think has a very deviant views. Even in that case, I'm not going to prioritize a Zionist over a fellow Muslim, even if that fellow Muslim has some deviant positions that I disagree with. So I agree that we have to prioritize. That being said, we also have to recognize that it is problematic. Wahhabis, they're Muslim, they are very problematic. They do cause destruction internally. because they collaborate with our enemies. They collaborate with the Zionists. They cause infighting, which weakens us in the face of our enemies. So we do have to take care of the Wahhabi problem. We also have to take care of the liberal problem. The liberals and the feminists, they're the ones who are destroying the fabric of the Ummah from the inside and making us easy targets for secularization and the predation of the secular West. So they are an enemy from within. It is very significant, and it does have to be addressed. Is it as bad as Zionism? No. No, and that's why you prioritize. That's why I prioritize without necessarily diminishing. The difference, of course, is that if you're causing these kinds of infighting on the basis of debates that were happening 900 years ago on the Sifat of Allah, the vast majority of Muslims, they are not aware of these controversies or these theological debates on Sifat or Istighatha. But when it comes to liberalism, when it comes to feminism, those are things that are impacting the marriages of Muslims. All Muslims are impacted by liberalism and feminism and secularism in a very real and tangible way. So that's why it has to be addressed. That's why it's such a problem when you have Muslims who are pushing liberalism and reformism, changing the structure of the Muslim family with updates to marriage law or divorce law. So, okay, let's look at the super chats, and it's almost 4-hour stream. I knew it would be long. Thank you, McLeod, for your super sticker. Thank you, Yesheikha, for this. Will there ever be debates in Chicago from you? Maybe. Inshallah, I don't know. Vasme says, Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum assalam. Can't wait for the Aqidah video. You should look into collabing with Libiano from Orthodox Muslim. Jazakallah, akhi. I don't know who that is, but thank you for the suggestion. Mujtaba Jamil Ahmed, thank you for your super chat, bro. Assalamu alaikum, akhi, wa alaikum assalam. I hope you're doing well. Is it true that there's a lot of apostasy in Iran, astaya by Iranian Zionists? I'm not giving it any water, but if true, how can we spread dawah? Obviously, Iranian Zionists exaggerate it. I think there is a certain level of apostasy in Iran that might be above average compared to other Muslim countries. I think partly that has to do with maybe Shiism compared to Sunnism, and like the actual internal logic of Shiism. I think it has less of like a weaker epistemological basis than Sunnism, so that might contribute to more of an influence of liberalism on Shiis as opposed to Sunnis. So that's one point, but again, I think it's exaggerated by Iranian Zionists. How can we do dawah? Well, we should do dawah by arguing against liberalism, calling Shia to Ahlus Sunnah, calling Shia to see that, you know, what is Sunnism really? Because a lot of Shia don't understand it. Just like a lot of Sunnis don't understand what 12er Shia actually believe. They just have a caricature. But a lot of Shia have a caricature about Sunnism, about Ahlul Sunnah. So there needs to be like education that's on the basics that will help a lot. And not avoid some of these historical debates. Like the political debates after the death of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, like that's not the best foot in the door to discuss with Shia, even though that's what they'll want to discuss. Like they'll want to debate that, but try to steer the conversation into epistemology. Like, well, what about the Sunnah? Like, is the Sunnah important? How do we know the Sunnah? And this can help open the door to dawah for 12er Shia. Okay, I'm not going to read these troll questions. GC4 Justice, your Wahhabism documentary is a game changer. Thank you, bro. Glad that you enjoyed it. A Muslim Boogeyman, our moderator, thank you for your super chat. Only a Yale University qualified person. Yeah. The only people qualified for ijtihad in this day and age is if you have a Yale degree, an advanced degree from the Ivy League. Falcon says, thank you, Daniel, for exposing this charlatan. Appreciate it, bro. Atefel, I'm not sure what your name is. A petition for Daniel and YQ podcast. Sign me up as listener number 1. Yeah, that'd be great. Think we should do it. Let's do it, YASIR. Let's have a real conversation. Enough of these fluff interviews where they just, all these easy questions, all these softball questions for you. Like, let's do a real interview. I'll interview you and let's put that Yale degree to good use. Let's see. It's going to be Yale versus Harvard. Classic fight between Harvard and Yale. We're going to see who comes out on top. Enough of these softball fluff interviews that you've been doing. So it's like, don't you want to be interviewed, or don't you want to be challenged by an interviewer? I enjoy that. Like, I enjoy to be challenged. Like, all of the people who are interviewing, like, there's a lot of interviewers that have interviewed both me and YASIR. When they interview me, it's just they're constantly challenging me. They're constantly questioning me. They're constantly demanding justification from me when I give an answer to a question. Think about all of these major interviews, especially if you look at the UK. I've been challenged, critiqued, attacked in the interview. But when it comes to compassionate imams, like, it's a softball, like, roll out the red carpet for them to say whatever they want, and the interview is just nodding in agreement. Like, it's boring. It's boring, and you're not convincing anyone other than your hardcore fans. So, and plus, I'm not saying that YASIR Qadhi did this with the interview that we just watched, but a lot of them will give requirements and conditions. Like, I'll only agree to an interview if you don't bring up these subjects, if you don't mention this issue, if you don't mention Daniel. They'll have preconditions to even agree to the interview to guarantee that it's going to be a softball. That's how the sausage is made. Like, this content that you're watching on YouTube, like these interviews and these podcasts with compassionate imams, it's all engineered in advance to be as bland and as non-confrontational as possible. It's boring. It doesn't make for good viewing. When will you come to Malaysia? Inshallah. Inshallah, soon I'll be able to come to Malaysia. We'll see. But it's a beautiful country. I really love Malaysians. And from what I can tell, it's just beautiful in, how clean it is, how organized it is. And Malaysians just have this beautiful character that everyone can love. Like, they're just very lovable Muslims. And so I would really love to go to Malaysia and see Malaysians there and our brothers and sisters. It's like a Muslim country that you can really be proud of. Even their approach to Islam, like, there's so much good that you can say about Malaysia. MashaAllah. Allah preserve them and protect them. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Barakallahu feek for all that you do. Can we get an update on Genius of Islam 4, inshallah? Jazakallah khair. Yeah, I'm working on it. To be honest, like, I had to go back to the drawing board with Genius of Islam because I just wasn't satisfied. Like, I wasn't satisfied with how it turned out because I wrote it and the video was made, and like, I have Genius of Islam episode 4. It's like on my hard drive, but it just doesn't meet the standard that I have for the episode. Like, I watch it myself. I showed it to some people and asked for feedback, and the feedback just wasn't that good. And I knew that these are problems. So I have to go back to the drawing board because the hype and the expectation is so high that I don't want to disappoint, you know. And the topic is so important. Like, this is extremely, extremely important topic. But I'm dedicating more time to it. I'm going back to the drawing board, and I'm going to, inshallah, write something that will have you on the edge of your seat for the whole time, you know, because there's a lot of material. The episode itself is going to be about an hour long. So how do you keep people's attention for an hour? Like, keep their attention and make them really wanting to watch for a whole hour. And there are some theoretical parts of it that are more abstract. So how do you make that more relatable? How do you get people to understand and appreciate? That's the challenge. That's why it's been taking so long. Literally, we have the episode, a complete episode. We have it. It's on my hard drive, but I'm not going to release it because it just doesn't meet the standard that I have. So that's, inshallah, you know, make dua that I can complete it, make dua that Allah allows me to live long enough to see it completed. But that's the situation. But you'll know that when it comes out, that it'll be worth it. That's my hope, that you will, when you watch it, you'll say, okay, I get it now. I get why it took so long, because this is really just another level of documentary or episode. That's my hope. Okay, everyone, that'll be the show for today. Almost 4 hours. I appreciate you all paying attention. Hope you found it beneficial. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe, leave your comment below. Do you agree or disagree with my evaluation of Yasir Qadhi's statements? I'll be interested to read what you have to say. Appreciation to the moderators. I saw a few of them. Muslim Boogeyman, Labib I also saw, and some others. So really appreciate you guys moderating. And there will have more content coming up for you. There's an Aqidah video that is being edited and should be ready next week, I hope. But it's going to be good. It's over an hour long, but you will appreciate that, inshallah. And we'll have more episodes as well. So, inshallah, until next time, I will see you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.